네, 이제 곧 중앙일보 CSIS 포럼 2025 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 자리에 앉아주시고 다시 한번 가지고 계신 휴대전화를 확인해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 오늘 회의는 한국어와 영어 동시 통역으로 진행됩니다. 자리에 놓인 수신기에서 한국어는 채널 1, 영어는 채널 2로 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다. 중앙일보 CSIS Forum 2025 will begin soon. We ask everyone to please come inside and take your seats. Please check your phone again before the forum begins. Korean and English simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Please set the receiver at channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 네, 안녕하십니까. 지금부터 중앙일보
Welcome to the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025, jointly organized by 중앙일보 and the Center for Strategic and International Studies in partnership with JTBC and the Korea Peace Foundation. My name is Nam Hee Hwang, announcer with JTBC, and I have the honor of serving as today's MC. Thank you. Thank you again. I would like to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to all distinguished guests for joining us this morning. Today, indeed, is a very special day. Just moments ago in Washington, D.C., President Lee Jae-myung and President Donald Trump held their first historic summit meeting. And following the summit, President Lee visited our co-host, CSIS, to deliver a policy address, after which he is engaging in a dinner dialogue with leading opinion leaders across the American political and policy community. At this moment, that dinner gathering is likely to draw to a close. At the JoongAng Forum 2025 today, we will examine the outcomes of the summit and how they are likely to shape the future trajectory of ROK-US relations. We will also present assessments from current and former officials of both governments, as well as experts in foreign and security policy. Together with individuals who are on the scene at the summit, we will deliver the most timely and in-depth analysis. This event is also being broadcast live online with simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English available through the 중앙일보 YouTube channel and at the CSIS website. To begin, we will first hear the opening remarks from Mr. Hong Seok-hyun, Chairman of JoongAng Holdings and Chairman of the Korea Peace Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome him with a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025. Today, the Korea-US Summit was held in Washington, D.C. President Lee Jae-myung delivered a policy speech at CSIS and attended the dinner just moments ago. And it is because of this occasion that the CSIS President John Henry and Senior Vice President Victor Char could not come to Seoul and will be joining us virtually instead. To the two participants in Washington and also to former U.S. Secretary of Defense James Mattis, former U.S. Ambassador to Korea Philip Goldberg, and former U.S. State Department North Korea envoy Sidney Seiler, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and welcome to you all. I also wish to thank Korea's leading experts here with us today, Unification Minister Chung Dong-young, former Foreign Ministers Yoon Young-kwan and Song Min-sun, former National Security Advisor Kim Song-han, and former Trade Minister Park Tae-ho. In his first term, President Trump pursued what he called America First. In his second term, that approach has shifted to something closer to America only. His administration argues that the United States has long been exploited and is now disregarding international rules and norms. The neoconservatives of the George W. Bush era used to say, if you're not with us, you're against us. The Trump administration's version is, might makes right. If there's no immediate gain, the U.S. pulls back from global engagement. From day one of his presidency, Trump withdrew from the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Agreement. It has also neutralized the World Trade Organization, which underpins the liberal international trade order. In response to America's sweeping tariffs, China now claims itself to be the defender of global free trade. This is indeed a troubling reality for Korea, a country which has been allied with the United States in security, economy, and global affairs for 72 years. The U.S. might take a lesson from history when the Roman Empire, despite its overwhelming power, exercised what historians call imperial understatement, avoiding hubris and thus sustaining its influence over a long period. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia is now the primary arena in the U.S.-China power struggle. President Xi Jinping has said, the vast Pacific Ocean is big enough to accommodate both China and the United States. Yet China has expanded its naval presence, projecting power into the Western Pacific, once considered America's backyard. The U.S., in turn, increasingly sees China as a strategic adversary. If America is pushed out of the Western Pacific, Korea and Japan risk finding themselves isolated, surrounded by waters dominated by the Chinese Navy. For decades, China followed Deng Xiaoping's guidance of hiding its strength and biding its time, focusing on economic growth while adapting to the Western-led order. But after the 2008 financial crisis revealed cracks in American hegemony, China grew more assertive. That aggressive posture has, however, backfired. Major global companies are leaving China. Its economic vitality is weakening. And its rattled neighbors are drawing the U.S. deeper into the Asia-Pacific region, strengthening their ties with the U.S. If this trend continues, China risks repeating the mistakes of Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany in the late 19th century. The young Kaiser dismissed Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, the architect of Germany's prosperity and peace in Europe, and turned to a brash, confrontational foreign policy. Alarmed, Britain, Russia, and France drew together, and the world hurtled toward World War I. One can only hope China avoids a similar fate. The U.S. and China are deeply intertwined economically, but mutual trust in the security sphere remains weak. China feels disrespected by the U.S., while the U.S. fears China's bid to change the status quo. For global peace and stability, the two powers must seek a grand compromise. And that means the U.S. should recognize China as an equal partner, giving it a greater stake and voice in institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. It should also consider ways for China to participate in multilateral security frameworks. Some have even suggested NATO membership be extended to China. History shows that in the 19th century, Britain treated a rising United States not as a threat, but as a partner, integrating it into the existing order rather than pushing it out. Another way forward could be for the US to establish a multilateral security arrangement in Northeast Asia, similar to NATO in Europe. The US could maintain its bilateral alliance with Korea and Japan while drawing China into a cooperative security framework. Such a step would calm regional anxieties and help build much needed trust among these key players. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations between Korea and Japan. If the US-China tensions are left unchecked, both the countries could face serious security risks. Seoul and Tokyo must stay firmly committed to their alliances with Washington, while also working together to ease tensions and foster peace in the region. President Trump, meanwhile, has signaled his desire to meet Chairman Kim Jong-un. As he seeks to mediate an end to the war in Ukraine, he also appears open to setting up liaison offices in both Washington and Pyongyang, a potential step toward normalization. For a president who dreams of a Nobel Peace Prize, that would be an appealing vision. A breakthrough in US-North Korea relations could fundamentally change the game on the Korean Peninsula. Had Pyongyang normalized ties with Washington and Tokyo in the early 1990s, around the time Seoul established diplomatic relations with Moscow and Beijing, it might never have pursued nuclear weapons so single-mindedly. In January 1992, senior North Korean official Kim Yong-sun even flew to New York to meet U.S. Undersecretary Arnold Cantor to push for dialogue. But follow-up talks never happened, despite North Korea's demands, partly because Seoul asked Washington to let the direct talk happen once. That missed opportunity left North Korea isolated. Gripped by existential fear, it doubled down on nuclear weapons and military-first politics. Like the former socialist states of Eastern Europe, Pyongyang could have embarked on reform and opening. Instead, it closed the door on that future. So where do we go from here? The old approach, narrowly focused on the military dimension of North Korea's nuclear program, has reached its limits. We need a more comprehensive strategy, one that includes economic development, regime security, and diplomatic normalization with the US and with Japan. Imagine President Trump sitting across from Chairman Kim with a realistic, jointly developed economic roadmap in hand, a plan that addresses security concerns while offering a path toward prosperity. That kind of grand bargain could break the cycle of hostility. If North Korea normalizes relations, investment and technology from around the world could flow in. Economic interdependence would grow. Over time, Pyongyang would have no choice but to follow international rules and norms. And its leadership would come to see its nuclear arsenal for what it truly is, a useless liability. This year also marks 80 years since Korea's liberation from Japanese colonial rule. Yet the Korean peninsula remains divided. the last vestige of the Cold War. North Korea is armed with nuclear weapons, and the peninsula, surrounded by major powers, remains a potential flashpoint for global conflict. Before it is too late, we must embrace a paradigm shift to pursue economy, not nukes, as the foundation for transforming North Korea into a normal state. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for those thoughtful remarks. Next, we will hear the welcoming address from Dr. John Hamre, President and CEO of CSIS. Unfortunately, as was mentioned, Dr. Hamre could not be with us in person today due to President Lee's visit to CSIS in Washington. Instead, he has prepared a video message to extend his greetings to all of you. Dr. Hamre will also join us live from Washington during session 1 to share first-hand insights into the atmosphere of the historic summit. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. John Hamre's remarks with a warm round of applause.
This is recorded. Ironically, we picked the date for the JoongAng CSIS forum months ago, but President Lee arranged for his visit to Washington, D.C. on exactly the same day. And we received a request from President Lee from the Blue House that we host a public event which is occurring right at the same time as this conference for President Lee to give his first speech to foreign policy speech to the world. And of course we said yes, but that meant I had to be here and I couldn't be with you in Korea. And I'm sorry for that. I was so looking forward to being in Korea again personally. I think it would have been my 49th visit to Korea. And I think of Korea as a second home, and I'm sorry I can't be there. But I wanted to explain why that's the case. And the reason we're doing this recording is because while you're watching this, I'll be hosting a dinner for President Lee. I will be with you in person virtually for the first panel discussion, but I did want to say my apologies. And let me just say a great thanks to JoongAng Ilbo, JoongAng Media Group, and especially to Chairman Hong for their support. This is the 14th conference that we've hosted, that we've had. We've done these for 14 years. And Chairman Hong was the architect of this, and it was his deep, deep commitment to Korea's security and to Korean-American relations was the foundation of it. And I really admire him for that, and I want to say thank you to Chairman Hong. And also a hearty congratulations to JoongAng on its 60th anniversary year. This is really remarkable. You've become a powerhouse, and we are really proud and honored to have this opportunity to partner with JoongAng Ilbo. Let me just say I'm very grateful that the Unification Minister, Minister Chung, is with us this morning as representing the government and speaking to the conference. And we want to say thank you, Minister, for doing that. I also want to say thank you to my very good friend, Jim Mattis, who is going to be the keynote speaker in a moment, and to Sid Seiler, who is stepping in on my behalf to be the moderator for that conversation. So I know that my role is to be largely ceremonial, but I do want to offer just a few thoughts, if I could, on a personal note. You know, Korea is as a 10th largest economy in the world. Korea is the leader in the world when it comes to social media. Everybody knows K-pop. You know, Korea just leads the world in that dimension. I think Korea's military is probably the third or fourth best in the world. No question about that. And Korea can and should be a global leader, but it thinks of itself as a small second second-level country, and it shouldn't. Korea has been trapped by the obvious challenge of North Korea being so close and having such an ominous direction, towards Korea. Korea is bigger than the Korean Peninsula. And I would hope that as part of the conversation during this forum, that we'll have a conversation about Korea in a much larger way. Korea should be a global leader, not just a regional power, but a global leader. And there are so many ways that Korea could take that lead. I also hope, and I will say this to President Lee when I meet him, I know he wants to be the leader of all Korea. Korea is very deeply divided. Now, America is deeply divided too politically, and so this is not a lecture. We're not a model for you, but I think Korea needs to transcend this politics to be that global Korea that we all want and we all need. America will try to do our part on our end to get our house together too. I know this is an unsettling time. President Trump has started a lot of, aggressive actions on trade policy, and a lot of our allies and partners find this difficult. And I hope we can transcend that, because we have more than just trade that we have to worry about in our bilateral relationship. I do hope we can resolve the trade issues too as quickly as possible, because, we need Korea. And I hope that Korea can find the United States is still a reliable partner to work with. So anyway, we should get started with this conference. I will join you in the first panel discussion, and I will join you live at that stage. Right now this is recorded, and it's recorded before President Lee even arrives in the United States, but because I'll be tied up meeting him and hosting him, I can't be with you at the launch of today's conference. Again, let me say a strong thank you to JoongAng, especially to Chairman Hong. He's been such a strong leader and a consistent leader for us in working on this conference, and I admire him very greatly for it. And I look forward to being with you virtually in about an hour. Thank you.
네, 존 햄리 소장님.
Thank you very much, President John Henry, for the excellent congratulatory remarks. And now, we're going to invite Unification Minister Dong to deliver his congratulatory remarks. He served as the Unification Minister under the Nomuyon government, the chair of the NSC, and was also the candidate in the 17th presidential campaign. And he also served as the joint head of the Korea-U.S. Parliamentary Association. And now he is the Unification Minister under the current government, working toward permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dong, Minister of Unification. Congratulations on the opening of the 14th JoongAng CSIS Forum. And Chairman Hong Seok-hyun of JoongAng Holdings, also the head of the group on making peace on the Korean Peninsula. I congratulate the JoongAng on its 60th anniversary since its founding, and also on behalf of the government, I would also like to thank you for your effort to build peace on the Korean Peninsula. And especially today, you also presented a vision for a multilateral security framework on the Northeast Asia, including China. So I am once again impressed by your vision. And yes, President John Henry of CSIS, just hours ago, he hosted a meeting with President Lee Jae-myung, and also thank you very much. And you have my utmost respect for also participating in this forum. And also, he mentioned that Korea is larger than the Korean Peninsula, which is quite an inspiration. So thank you very much. And also, former Secretary of Defense, Mattis, thank you very much. And under the first Trump presidency, he emphasized the importance of Korea-U.S. alliance, and also I still remember his contribution to promote the relations between the two countries. So a big hand, please. Thank you once again. And the forum today, I believe, will be the quickest and also will be the most in-depth analysis on the first Korea-US summit in this new presidency. And I do believe that the scholars and the distinguished experts here will share their insight and discussions to explore new opportunities for Korea and U.S. cooperation. Now, just this morning in Washington, D.C., the leaders of Korea and the U.S. met for the first time. This summit, I would say, was a historic turning point in advancing the ROK-US relations to a new level amid rapidly changing international circumstances. And the economic security and further development of both countries will come through cooperation based on various areas, including shipbuilding, and indeed will also be a solid foundation for promoting peace on the Korean Peninsula. And what is more encouraging is that the two sides agreed to the need for improving inter-Korea relations. President Lee asked for President Trump to be the peacemaker on the Korean Peninsula, while President Trump also expressed his clear support for President Lee's North Korea policy and approach, and also expressed his desire to meet with Chairman Kim Jong-un at the earliest date. And also the two leaders, on the occasion of the APEC attendance in late October, have expressed hope and expectation of DPRK and U.S. summit. And I do believe that this will be a good occasion for us to further stimulate discussions between the two Koreas as well as the DPRK and the U.S. Now, looking back in the past few decades, there was only status quo on the Korean Peninsula. The division had been managed, not resolved, and the suffering from this had piled up over the past few decades. And it was the people of the Republic of Korea who were the ones who most ardently desire a change in the status quo. Under the constraints of division, politics, economy, and even peaceful daily lives and survival of our people have always been precarious. Our people have had to bear the burden of career risk while competing in the world, and also the stage for the future generations who should be reaching out and leaping higher has narrowed like an island. 55 years ago, 1977, a young politician presented a vision for changing the status quo on the Korean Peninsula. The 46-year-old youth politician Kim Dae-jung proposed diplomatic ties between the U.S., Japan, and North Korea, and between China, the Soviet Union, and South Korea, so that the four powers can jointly guarantee peace on the Korean Peninsula. This vision was extremely unconventional and fresh and seemed impossible. But 18 years later, it was carried forward by the northern policy of the Roh Tae-woo administration. In 1990, diplomatic relations were established with the Soviet Union, followed by China in 1992, and South Korean diplomacy expanded like the handheld fan. However, it was only half the journey. Resolving hostilities between the U.S. and North Korea will be the starting point for resolving the North Korean nuclear issue and changing the status quo on the Korean Peninsula. We are paying attention to President Trump's commitment to change the status quo as a peacemaker. Under President Trump's leadership, we hope that the Singapore joint statement on the new U.S.-North Korea relations will be realized in the near future. And I do believe that it is President Trump and President Trump only who can make this happen. Among the 193 UN members, only one country was not recognized by the U.S. as a state, and that is the DPRK. It was only President Trump who met with the leader of the DPRK to come to some kind of agreement. So it is urgent that President Trump goes this path again. And according to CIPRI, North Korea's nuclear arsenal has grown by 2.5 times in the past years. The nuclear warheads is estimated to have grown to 50. And also, as the CSIS has reported recently, North Korea also built a new missile base in its region, Sinpundong, and that is intended to heighten its threat against the U.S. And that is why we need conversation between the U.S. and North Korea more urgently than ever. And based on the rock-solid ROK and U.S. alliance, and if we can also create synergy with North Korea, then we will be able to start a new history where we can change the status quo. Peace will be our priority, and this is the priority for both the U.S. and Korean leaders. And these two leaders will be having the same term for the next few years. And in the meeting yesterday, and also President Lee Jae-myung stated in his Liberation Day commemorative speech that he will respect North Korea's system, will not pursue absorption, and will not engage in any hostile acts toward North Korea. The principle of Korea and the U.S. ending hostilities with North Korea and normalizing relations will be the beginning steps toward peace. Unfortunately, in the past 3 years, they have been marked by conflict and tension on the Korean Peninsula. We stood on the ruins with no dialogue with North Korea at all. However, as the theme of today's forum suggests, this year we will see peace leaders joining hands and open a new era of opportunity. When the U.S. and South Korea, who have maintained a steadfast alliance, even among the turbulent international landscape in the past 72 years, move forward hand in hand toward a common goal, then I'm sure that we will be able to face a new transformation on the situation in the Korean Peninsula, so that it will be recorded in history as the year that changed everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the congratulatory address by Minister Chung. Due to his official schedule, the minister will now be taking his leave. Once again, please join me in expressing our sincere appreciation with a warm round of applause for Minister Chung, who kindly made time to be with us today to celebrate this event. The JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025 being hosted by JoongAng Ilbo, JoongAng Holdings, and co-hosted by CSIS is currently underway. You just heard the opening remarks and welcoming remarks, and also congratulatory remarks. We now are ready for our keynote conversation. The stage is being prepared at the moment, so please bear with us for just a minute so that we can move on to the keynote conversation very shortly. The stage is being prepared and we are ready to move on to the keynote conversation session. Okay, we are ready to proceed. Next, we will proceed with a keynote conversation with former U.S. Secretary of Defense, General James Mattis, who served as the first Secretary of Defense under the Trump administration. Joining him in this discussion will be Mr. Sidney Seiler, Senior Advisor at CSIS, who previously served as the NIC officer for North Korea. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
And your resume is long and impressive. Just to summarize, General Mattis, Secretary Mattis, but not Secretary General Mattis. had a long, distinguished career as a Marine. Marine first, I'm sure, in your heart, but of joint and combined forces up to Central Command and other major commands. And of course, most importantly for the nature of our discussion here, particularly as we reflect on the events of 2016, 2017, 2018, your time as Secretary of Defense. So what I wanted to do today was to kind of take this from a very big picture perspective, how you see Asia, Northeast Asia, and the Peninsula, given your experience, particularly as Secretary of Defense, looking at the region, looking at the security environment out here. So as a former U.S. Secretary of Defense, how did you and how do you see Asia and its importance to the United States and the security architecture out here in the challenges we face?
Well, thank you, Sid, and Chairman Hung, thank you for the invitation. I'm humbled to be back in Korea. I was thinking this morning as I was getting ready to come down here, I was first here in 1972, I think it was, as a young officer. I still remember my ROK Marine Staff Sergeant Advisor, Staff Sergeant JoongAng, who helped form me as an officer. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I saw even then, less than 20 years after the end of the active fighting on the peninsula, being impressed by how much Korea had grown, everything that was going on. And then in the years since, I've been a fond admirer, an unabashed advocate for the alliance and what it has brought in terms of what passes for peace here. I'm very confident coming back here now that just as we have gotten through any political ups and downs in the past, we will come through this time, Mr. Minister. We will come through it stronger. We will still be shoulder to shoulder in the interests of peace. Democracies sometimes go through tumultuous times. Both of our countries have been through them. But that does not change the arc of history. The arc of history is still one that brings the democracies together. And as I look at the region, the question, Sid, that you threw at me, I see some fundamental reasons why tension is going to continue to exist. We have a fundamentally divergent view from China, for example, on what the region and what the world should look like. I believe America does still believe in the rule of law, that might is not the only thing that should govern us. And as a result, we're going to be finding many, many reasons to be working together as these tensions continue to exist. And as we saw less than 10 days ago in the South China Sea, the aggressive nature of the Chinese Navy even put them in a dangerous situation with their own Coast Guard as they attempted to harass the Philippine Coast Guard. And I bring that example up not to expand on it, simply to say that is a reality we must address. But even more so when I sit here in Seoul is the danger from the country to the north, Kim's country. And on that one, I could not agree more with President Lee when he says peace is cheaper than war. And it's not just cheaper in terms of treasure. It's not just cheaper in terms of money. It is cheaper on all cases of human endeavor, whether it be economics, human lives, and the rest. The challenge is, of course, it takes two to tango. And right now, I would add that peace is cheaper than war, that deterrence is cheaper than war. And deterrence draws our two countries together. It draws the United Nations, almost 24 countries, into league with you as we try to keep the peace for one more year, one more month, one more week, one more day, as our diplomats try to solve these fundamental tensions that continue to exist despite the good offices of several of our presidents who are trying to make this thing work in a way that sees progress, not simply a growing nuclear arsenal and bellicose statements from the North. Let me just close this by saying the French ambassador to Korea recently on Bastille Day mentioned the global shared responsibilities of democracies. And I think that is what really draws us all together here today in this room, are those shared responsibilities that we owe the globe. As Dr. Hamre pointed out, Korea's example today is global for many nations to take heart as they look at you. But we all are going to have to use our strengths, working together to try to keep the peace.
Right. So as you look at the challenge we face, it's all too often, particularly if you look at it from the region, in Korea particularly, sometimes the U.S. PRC competition looks like a popularity contest. Join our team. Why don't you team up with us? We're the good guys. And yet there are many reasons why. First of all, the U.S. is an Asian power, and we have an interest in promoting these types of values in the region, and our alliances are key partners toward that goal. And we're not asking them to take some risk vis-a-vis China, who obviously is a large nation that's not going anywhere, it's not moving. This is that geographic reality we have to deal with. But that we can be partners in seeking to send a consistent message to Beijing about the types of behavior that would make Asia, Northeast Asia in particular, peaceful and prosperous. And that's our challenge going forward. Do you find that countries in the region understand that, or they still see it kind of a balance of power, choose one over the other competition?
Well, I can't speak for what the other countries, how they interpret this. I do believe we have to be more articulate in what are we trying to offer in terms of the peace that we are aiming for. Following the end of that tragedy of World War II, there was an effort put underway to try to create an international scene that would allow countries to exist in peace, whether it was Bretton Woods 1 and 2 or the United Nations, the Marshall Plan. There were a number of these efforts put in place that allowed the hardworking Korean people in those years following the tragedy of World War II to create this vibrant democracy, this economic powerhouse you have today. And so if I was to give you an example of what we are offering, we believe that that international system built on the rule of law is still the right way to go. Now, in all the challenges we face, that reality can sometimes be lost, and we're not probably the most articulate nation and always living up to those standards. But you'll have to go a long ways to find another country willing to call itself out for where it falls short and work with others to try to create something better for all the nations. And the proof of what the World War II generation put in place is the international system that has even seen China rise to where it's at. I'd remind you that except for the period from 1948 to 1972, we did not have a problem with China. The Americans did not have a long-term situation that called for an adversarial relationship. So I think we have to get back to that sort of respect for international law, working with other nations on an equitable, rational basis. And at times, America is a big, vibrant, dynamic place, and it can throw its shoulders around, and once in a while, we can even scare our best friends. But we'll eventually find our way back, as Winston Churchill put it. Trust the Americans. Once they've exhausted all the alternatives, they'll do the right thing. And we'll get back to that sort of an offering where we're working alongside and reassuring our friends and even assuring our adversaries that we are someone who can deal rationally with the world as it is, the geography as it stands. So we'll get back to it. It's just going to be a matter of working through some problems.
Great. So let's, if we could narrow down the discussion to Northeast Asia, could we project the map that we have prepared? So actually, this map was put together by General Brunson, Commander U.S. Forces Korea, Combined Forces Command, United Nations Command. And the map, it's, as you can see now on the various screens, it turns this part of the world upside down. North is south, south is north. And it puts at the heart of this Seoul, and even kind of as importantly, in particular, U.S. Army garrison Camp Humphreys, where we have a good part of our command structure. And the intent of General Brunson, as he briefs this slide, is to demonstrate how central Korea is to Northeast Asia. There's implications here for Korea's role in time of a Taiwan Strait contingency. There's implications here for Japan's role in case of any contingency, to include those potentially on the Korean Peninsula, and also the importance of what we're trying to pursue in trilateral cooperation. So I was wondering if you could speak to those in terms of, in particular, the challenge we face. I don't want to frame this as a strategic flexibility question, but how do we as allies and partners prepare for the possibility of tensions in the Taiwan Straits? And how do we ensure that this trilateral cooperation that we've had some success with recently in promoting continues in a way that enhances deterrence vis-a-vis North Korea, China, and other bad actors?
Well, I like the map. I think it shows that General Brunson's got a keen strategic grasp on the reality of geography. Geography does not change. And in Northeast Asia, there is probably no situation I can think of, whether it be economic, worldwide global financial crisis, what happened there, or COVID, or a Taiwan Strait situation that you just brought up. There's nothing that's going to happen in Northeast Asia that's not going to affect Korea, and is not going to affect America. 5 of our states border on the Pacific Ocean. We have been a Pacific nation since a couple hundred years ago now, so we're tied to that geography. But I think, too, if there's a lesson of the last couple decades, whether it be economic lesson, public health lesson, or foreign affairs lesson, problems don't stay local. None of those problems have stayed local. A problem with supply chains was immediately evidenced all around the world when COVID hit. And so when we look at a challenge in the Taiwan Straits, just think of right now, if you were in Ukraine and you would have North Korean artillery ammunition and missiles being fired at you by Russia that is supported by China, and all that is going on in a war half a world away. And yet, can we really blind ourselves to the integrated effort by China, Russia, and North Korea in this aggressive war? Of course we can't. I mean, right now there's a lot of question whether Russia would be able to sustain the war absent the help of China and North Korea. So as we look at this, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the Taiwan Straits, of course that's going to impact Korea. I mean, think of what's going to happen to supply chains if COVID could do what it did to us on supply chains. What's going to happen to supply chains in the event of a war that impacts the South China Sea and all the commerce that comes through there? I think what we have to look at really is, are we going to stand shoulder to shoulder and try to deter that from happening? And how do we do so other than through the UN, through the international law, through the combined efforts of the democracies standing together? It seems to me one of the strongest ways to send a message to maintain peace in the Taiwan Straits is probably for Putin to be defeated in his effort to dominate the Ukraine, showing that the democracies will stand with another democracy, however imperfect it is, and be against aggressive war. So I think that is really the lesson that this map brings home. It's that it can't stay local. We know that from the recent history, and we're going to have to stand together if we want to avoid a circumstance like that breaking out. I think that addresses your question.
Yeah, it emphasizes a need to find some sweet zone, as it were, in which we can show that we are not inevitably in competition with China, particularly from the Republic of Korea's perspective, that it values the relationship, PRC-ROK relations, but also that we take serious the need for peace and stability in the region. We look at the threats that are there, and the threats inevitably involve not only potential North Korea actions, but China actions vis-a-vis Taiwan. And there's a contribution to deterrence, strategically speaking, in terms of Beijing looking at Washington and Seoul and speaking as if they're reading from the same piece of music, as it were, so that you don't want to alienate China, you don't want to irritate them, you don't want to provoke them, but you also don't want them to control the nature of our alliance, what we prepare for, what we're oriented toward. And this is apart from issues about USFK, you know, and strategic flexibility and modernizing the alliance. We need to be prepared for a variety of potential scenarios in the region, and the U.S. and ROK are natural partners. Is that a fair way of saying it? How much should we take into account? How do we reassure China that we don't have more nefarious containment objectives that we're seeking?
Well, I think if you look at the Nixon opening to China and the years of encouraging them to trade with the world, opening WTO to China, these were all steps taken to embrace China. And there was the understanding that China would eventually get to a point where theft of intellectual property and any kind of export of violence and all would cease. And I think that overall that seemed to work. There was a liberalization going on inside China, of economic liberalization, a lot of their students going overseas for education, these kinds of things. And then something changed about 10 years ago. And as it became more and more aggressive, some called it wolf diplomacy, as the elbowing aside of all other nations' legitimate claims under the International Court for various parts of the South China Sea were simply dismissed, it became more and more clear that the Chinese Communist Party was not going to tolerate any kind of internal growth of alternative power centers. It just was not going to happen. And as some business people have taught me, culture eats strategy for breakfast. The strategy was to open the world to China because we Americans thought that was a healthy way to embrace the Chinese people. And it didn't turn out that way. Actually, it might have worked too well because the Chinese Communist Party began to put a tighter and tighter hold on them internally and a more aggressive external approach. So in the midst of that, it's absolutely essential, I think, that the democracies stick together and say, no, we're going with the rule of law. We're staying with it. We want the status quo in this regard. And the status quo was not a threat to China. Again, except for those years between 1948 and 72, we did not have a problem with China. And since then, Republican and Democrat administrations have tried to embrace China. Eventually, it simply became that we were trying to do something that was not in the Chinese view of the way to go forward. And as they became more aggressive, then we are going to have to deal with that and figure a way to bring the Chinese in a more disciplined way, not a contained way, but a way that is disciplined by international law, by the rules of the road, whether it be at sea or economically, and try to get back to a peaceful and prosperous Indo-Pacific area.
You know, that heyday, that optimistic period, for lack of a better term, I kind of lay it over our multilateral denuclearization diplomacy. in particular the cooperation that we had with China roughly from the beginning of the six-party talks, which ran up to, for the United States, around the 2013-2014 time period, and for the Republic of Korea, President Park Geun-hye standing up on stage with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping after a good faith effort by the Republic of Korea to try to get China to do more on the North Korean nuclear issue. As you look back at that period, I guess the good news story is, as strained as U.S. PRC relations may be now, we didn't really get a lot out of China when we were more cooperative and tried to work together. In fact, one gets a sense looking back that the major objective of China, both in agreeing to bring North Korea to the table for the six-party talks, following some strong language from the early Bush administration of the consideration of the military option, that Chinese cooperation was really pegged to when they saw us, the United States, acting in a potentially harmful way to China, and they used it as a way to contain us. I don't think that's hyper-cynical. You know, being involved in those negotiations, working with our Chinese partners, it's just kind of regrettable that while China has not openly supported a nuclear North Korea, that they regrettably never stepped up to the plate and did what was necessary to prevent that from happening. And this is important, just that we have these discussions, this honesty going forward, because it's not that we're making a policy shift from denuclearization to deterrence, but clearly deterrence going forward is the challenge we face. I wanted to get into that, but first talk very briefly about Ukraine. I was working in the National Intelligence Council when the invasion of Ukraine took place. And, you know, the shock among watchers of Russia, you know, I think tactically we did very good. The intelligence record was a success about how we warned about the attack. But strategically, you know, if you take the clock back 2 to 3 years before then, would we kind of thought that Vladimir Putin would ever go down this road, that he would use force, that the use of force of this scale in this 21st century was something that was unimaginable, and we were caught by surprise. And now we see close Russia-North Korea cooperation that is transactional to some degree. North Korea had weapons and munitions and missiles that Russia needed, and Russia had things that North Korea needed. But there is an ideological dimension to these fellow autocracies within, you know, what we call the CRINC now, the China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Do you worry that these leaders like Kim Jong-un, even Xi Jinping, see in Vladimir Putin's behavior a model, and that in the future we are going to see more adventurous, risk-taking, you know, use of violence to obtain diplomatic objectives that we hadn't seen really since, you know, maybe the Cold War period? What does Russia's invasion of Ukraine tell us about the world security order going forward?
Well, I think one of the primary messages from Russia's invasion is that democracies need to stand united because we're stronger together. And if we want to deny that sort of a world when we turn this world over to our children, we are not going to be able to bury our heads in the sand and try to ignore this growing nexus. And people will say, well, they're not natural allies. You talked about transactional. Okay, maybe they're unnatural allies, but they are allies. I mean, just accept that reality. And it's one of the reasons I salute President Lee for stopping in Tokyo on his way to Washington, D.C. I think there you see a leader whose wisdom transcends the time, and he knows the way you get through something like this is 3 words: allies, allies, allies. And as you're aware, all of those bases, American bases in Japan, are United Nations bases. There's nearly 24 countries counting on access to the support from those bases. if they have to return to the Republic of Korea and stand shoulder to shoulder with this democracy if it's attacked. And so as you see this sort of response of being together, whether you see NATO standing united against what Russia is doing in Ukraine, probably one of the best indicators of how you deal with the world that is trending in this direction, but I think it can be corrected, as the French ambassador again mentioned about our global shared responsibilities. Think about Sweden and Finland. For basically the first 70 years of NATO, they never joined NATO. They never joined. They always saw some sort of non-alignment as being their best way to stay independent and sovereign in a Europe that was undergoing severe, severe tensions during the Cold War. And yet, in a matter of 2 or 3 months, countries that had stayed unaligned, non-aligned with NATO for 70 years, in a couple of months after Putin's invasion, voted to join NATO and engaged in that process today are part of NATO. And what does that say? Think of Sweden, 200 years that they had not joined a military alliance. What drove them? That's going back to Napoleon's time, to put it in historic context. All the way back to Napoleon's time, they had stayed neutral, and then they joined NATO. And what you're seeing is a very objective appraisal of the dangers you just outlined, Sid. And the way around this, again, is allies, 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 to stand together. It doesn't mean you always get along. I mean, within 5-6 years of NATO standing up, the Americans had disagreed with the French and British when they went into the Suez Canal. So we don't agree with it, get your troops out of there, colonialism is over. We don't stand with you on this. But NATO made it through that, and NATO made it through a lot of other occasions when people forecasted it would fall. And today it is stronger than it has ever been as democracies have joined. And I think there's a lesson there, because guess who lives right next door to Finland? It's Russia that has proven to be very bellicose and aggressive. And when you look at Korea's situation on the peninsula right next door to the DPRK, I think you can see an example from history, very recent history, about how to guarantee the sovereignty of this democracy and to get through this difficult, challenging time.
So, I had the opportunity to live in Korea for 17 total years over the course of 4 decades, and I also had the blessing of being here during some of the transformational periods, particularly in inter-Korea relations. I was here for the Koiguperam, the high-level talks back in 92 and 93. I was here for Sunshine, the summit. Kim Dae-jung, Kim Jong-il was on the Albright delegation visit, and then was here again for 2016, 2017, 2018. And what strikes me as you look at the history of the peninsula, we've gone from periods of muscular deterrence actions because of a demand signal and questions about our extended deterrence commitments to the security of the Republic of Korea. And then periods where we put we scaled back exercises, we put strategic asset deployments on hold, and we sought a way of assuring Pyongyang that, as articulated by Kim Jong-un to then National Security Office Director Chung Eui-yong, that if we could guarantee that North Korea faced no military threat, and if the regime's security is guaranteed, they would not need a single nuclear weapon. And I don't think anybody tried as hard in the history of this issue as President Moon did to try to create some off-ramps for Kim Jong-un. Regrettably, at the end of the day, even by the end of 2018, Kim Jong-un was already signaling a loss of interest in inter-Korea relations. And now you inherit it, Minister. I think you have one of the hardest jobs of anybody in this room, because we're trying to figure out how to build upon efforts that really started then and that can really kind of give Kim Jong-un an option that, peace is available through talks and inter-Korean cooperation, collaboration, exchange, and all this. Not that what was done the past 3 years was necessarily wrong. There was a demand signal after all. Where's the extended deterrent? Why don't we do more? And we deployed aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines. Of course, the B-52s, no deterrent strategy isn't complete with a B-52 overflight. But we've had a good mix. I think, looking back, maybe not by design. We've had periods of muscle flexing, and we've had periods of engagement. Given what you know about where we are with North Korea right now, North Korea's open rejection of the overtures made, it's still too early to make any judgment on how North Korea will ultimately respond to the Lee Jae-myung administration as North Korea policy, or for that matter, how Kim Jong-un will respond to overtures from Washington for dialogue. But as Secretary of Defense, looking at this from the big picture, the global extended deterrent, our security commitments to the Republic of Korea, occasional calls for return of non-strategic nuclear weapons to the peninsula, dual-use capabilities, or even tolerating a nuclear South Korea. How do you see deterrence today? What is the reality? Is North Korea deterred today? How do we make sure it stays deterred? And how can we best partnership with the Republic of Korea and other like-minded countries toward the end of deterring Kim Jong-un so he does not make the same mistake that Vladimir Putin did, that the use of force is a viable option vis-a-vis South Korea?
I think the most important point would be that we have to prioritize maintaining and reinforcing trust between Washington and Seoul. With trust in the room, there's a lot we can do to deter the North. Without trust, things become very brittle. So we have to work on creating the conditions for trust. And that means, I think, very high-level discussions of highly classified information and other information that's public to make certain that we're on the same sheet of music, that nobody can see a glimmer of daylight between us. And that's going to be challenging in light of some of the economic policies coming out of Washington right now. It'll be challenging, but that's what we pay our diplomats for, Mr. Minister, to find a way through that forest of competing demands and obstacles and find a way to maintain deterrence. Avoiding nuclear war is probably one of the most critical issues that has ever existed in the history of humankind on this planet. We have got to figure a way to do this. However, it is probably something that while we take risk in war, we also have to take risk in peace. Mm-hmm. And both presidents have talked now about opening dialogue with President Kim in North Korea. Whether or not President Kim is at all interested is the question of the day. When you say that peace is a pipe dream, that does not encourage dialogue. But that should also not discourage us from trying to set the conditions where Kim would eventually see it's in his interest to enter into that dialogue. But I believe, too, that we're going to have to maintain a very strong military deterrence, and that includes the nuclear deterrence. And in that regard, I don't think we want to do anything right now that would dissuade the other United Nations countries from supporting us in terms of their conventional forces. They need to trust that we too are doing what we can to avoid a nuclear conflict, but we are also backing up with the most extreme weapons if someone else should try to use them. And as the chairman of the Korean Joint Chiefs of Staff said recently, we, the United Nations forces, the Korean forces, we have asymmetric advantages that you don't automatically simply go to a nuclear option to help deter. But at the same time, this is a horrible situation that we faced, and it can only be faced with trust between allies and hope that we will somehow find a way to opening the day for negotiations, for dialogue. At the same time, we've got to make certain that the role of Japan is registered loudly and clearly here. I'll give you one very simple example. If a missile is coming at you from the north right now, it's about that big around, and you've got to find that somewhere in the sky. Meanwhile, your neighbor to the east is watching as this missile arcs through the sky. Just geometry alone tells you we must find a way, if peace is our idea, that if that's what we want to shoot for, if it's peace, we have got to find a way to work with all the democracies in this part of the world in order to keep the peace one more year, one more month, one more week, one more day. So I think it's a matter of alliances, it's a matter of trust, and it's a matter of reassuring our ally and assuring our adversary that we stand shoulder to shoulder, and nothing's going to change that.
Right, and so this is where I think about capabilities, readiness, and deterrence in terms of, let's look at 2018, for example, as a result of both a demand signal from Seoul to move off of a dangerous path, particularly with the Winter Olympics in Pyeongchang at the time. And the president's own negotiations with Kim Jong-un in Singapore, we scaled back our exercises in terms of scope, volume, to some degree, but in a way that we felt confident, maintained readiness. As Kim Jong-un looked at that, what do you think Kim was thinking? Oh, look, through the right level of coercion, I can drive a wedge in U.S. ROK relations and get them to back down from necessary military actions necessary to maintain readiness? Or was deterrence, did it hold solid in spite of, a year or two of reduced exercise levels, a year or two of reduced extended deterrence demonstrations? What's your sense? Was there a lot? Because I think this discussion is going to take place over the next, well, it's already taken place, right, over Ulchi Freedom Shield, the ongoing exercise, but it will continue. And what's your response? What are the parameters we should worry about that if we take this too lightly, Kim may take advantage of it?
Well, I think the proof is in, I can't point to any progress that we have made during those times when we tried to throttle back and send messages, not just verbal messages, but military exercise messages, deployment messages, to try to open the door for our diplomats to engage. What has happened, as was mentioned earlier, the nuclear threat has actually grown in danger during that time. So it's hard to point to any kind of advantage we accrued if the advantage would be shown in some kind of diplomacy, some kind of slowdown or stopping of the nuclear weapons program, some drawback on the number of missile launches, and the way Pyongyang has characterized those launches. So I can't think of anything we should do right now absent some indication from the North that they are willing to do something in return. Otherwise, we simply are being taken to the cleaners again, and our diplomats are put in an impossible situation because they have nothing to trade. They've already traded it, and we have nothing to show for it. Our diplomats need to have maneuver ground, trading space, but not taken away from them before we even enter into a real dialogue. Real meaning we're actually going to do something other than what we've seen over the last 10 years out of the North.
Yeah, and I also like to remind people that during these two major exercise seasons, they also coincide with the Million-Man Korean People's Army's own winter and summer training cycle. So it's not just us that trains; it's the North Koreans as well. But like the reinstitution of parts of the Comprehensive Military Agreement, these are seen as relatively low risk, but potentially goodwill building exercises. And remember, the audience is not just Pyongyang. In fact, it may not even primarily be Pyongyang. It's the South Korean people who want peace, who want to see the president working toward peace. It's toward other countries. We think about the type of coalition we'd have to build here in case the unthinkable happens. And other countries, when they commit to see, even China and Russia, when we have to take the actions we have to take, we can demonstrate that good faith efforts were made by the Republic of Korea, and it's been the DPRK that's non-responsive. And so there's a certain value there. I think we've run out of time. We've covered everything. Anything else you want to mention or we haven't addressed?
I just go back to my opening remarks about being back in Korea, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get through this. At the end of the day, we'll be together, and we are aligned on wanting to get to peace on the peninsula and more broadly. That does involve standing very strongly together, and I look forward to continuing to advocate for this alliance. I believe in it in terms of what it's achieved. And just my fondest, best wishes to all of you here in Republic of Korea.
Thank you, gentlemen. With that, we'll conclude our session. Thank you for your listening.
네, 두 분 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you very much to the two speakers. So once again, a big hand to the U.S. Secretary of Defense and also Mr. Sidney Seiler. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025. And now
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first session of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025 titled New Areas of Alliance Cooperation under the Lee and Trump Administration. As mentioned earlier, Dr. John Henry, President and CEO of CSIS, is joining us virtually from Washington, D.C. I would now like to hand the floor over to Mr. Song-Min-sun, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, who will serve as the chair of the session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Song-Min-sun, the moderator of this session. Now, yes, in the opening session, Chairman Hong also gave a great speech. And then, of course, from the CSIS President John Henry, we also heard about the mood in Washington. But now this session, and also this forum, I must say, is highly useful and also highly timely indeed, perhaps in an unexpected way, but I must say that it is, and I also look forward to such insights from all of you. Now, we often say that history does not go as planned. It's just a series of coincidences, and I'm sure that the CSIS Forum did not time it this way, but then it just happened that it coincided with the U.S.-Korea summit, so highly opportune indeed. So now then, in this session, we will be discussing the new areas of alliance cooperation under the Lee and Trump administration, together with former U.S. Ambassador to ROK, Philip Goldberg, and also he is not being shown as yet, but we will also be joined by President John Henry, and we also have former ROK National Security Advisor Kim Sung-han, as well as a Chair Hong Hyun-ik. So yes, hello. So this morning, early this morning, Korea time, there was the summit in Washington, D.C., and also President Lee Jae-myung's speech at the CSIS. So we have seen and listened to the coverage from the news. But then, the one who was there, so listening to the speech and also moderating discussion, and it was President John Henry. So we also have him with us, so welcome to this discussion. Now, before getting started with the discussion, let me just say one thing. Now, this world, appears to be mired in disorderly order, so oxymoronic. So disorderly order, so in chaotic order, I must say. And then now the ROK-US alliance that we'll be discussing. Now, in the previous session, former Secretary of Defense James Mattis also mentioned that what is the most important is trust. And yes, indeed, in the ROK-US alliance, the matter of trust goes both ways. But then now, from Korea's perspective, the trust, or perhaps the risks in the trust between the two countries, might be more arising from the U.S. than from Korea. So then, against that backdrop, then again in this chaotic world, as we try to wade through and navigate this chaotic world, and what would be the meaning of the ROK-US alliance and how should in and of itself be run, is going to be one of the topics that we discuss. Now then, first and foremost, from Washington, who has seen the summit as well as listened to President Lee's speech and also conducted the discussion. So to President Henry, so what's it like? What's the mood over there? And also in your discussion with President Lee, what was your impression? If you could share them with us first, and then I will go to Ambassador Goldberg. So then let me first go to President Henry. So in the beginning, we will give you 3 minutes of time. And then after that, we will also have some follow-up questions after we go around the first time.
Well, thank you. We just finished having a private dinner with President Lee. He spoke here at CSIS at the end of the day. He came at about 6 o'clock and gave a very good speech, and then we had a private dinner with President Lee following that. I'll be careful on how I describe the conversation that we had. The first question that I asked President Lee was, how did it go? I mean, was there a Zelensky moment? You know, was there a kind of a meltdown event with Trump? Because that's always a little unpredictable. And he said, no, we had a very good conversation. There were some little surprise things that popped up earlier in the day, but I think President Lee handled it very well, and I think President Trump concluded that President Lee is a solid partner, someone that he could work with and count on. There were, I think, some very reassuring things that occurred during the meeting that they had and that President Lee related to us. It's clear that there's still a very solid foundation of American support for Korea's deterrence, and that there was no conversation about making an abrupt change to that. President Lee made a very strong series of comments about how important it is to count on the United States as a partner for extended deterrence. He recognizes that we've gone now for 15 years with North Korea continuing to build nuclear weapons. He said they're building about 20 nuclear weapons a year. That's probably right from what I understand, and that this is a serious challenge. But he landed squarely on the strength of our mutual deterrence structure, and I thought that was very positive. I think if there is an issue that we should discuss sometime today during this conversation, it is, we had a private dinner and we had senior retired military officers who are with us, and we spoke about OPCON transfer. And I think that there's a view that OPCON transfer is appropriate, but OPCON transfer is not the same thing as warfighting. And I think one of the key questions that we should be exploring together is, what is the peacetime administrative OPCON transfer structure like, and what is real warfighting going to be like? And I think that becomes a very important issue. And then I think the second important issue for us to discuss today builds on what President Lee talked about, which is how do we strengthen extended deterrence? There was a very pointed conversation during our dinner discussion. Can Korea trust America, to be its deterrence partner? There's a lot of questioning whether America will be a reliable partner. Will it put its own country at risk, to deter nuclear attack against Korea? And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to convince Koreans that is still the case. And, President Lee was very positive about it, but I think he was also speaking honestly. There's a lot of questioning in Korean society, and that's an issue we should talk about later during this specific session. Thank you very much, Minister Sung.
예, 감사합니다. 예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So that was Dr. Henry, and he shared with us the impression that he got from the U.S. Now moving on to Ambassador Goldberg. Before we get into the details of ROK-US alliance, can you share us your thoughts on the summit today? You have 3 minutes.
President Lee. From a distance, you rely heavily on the Oval Office session, which, by the way, is a standard device used by President Trump. I'm sure many of you are used to seeing that now. And that press conference tends to answer, to have questions asked about many, many different issues, whether it was Ukraine or the National Guard in Washington. It sometimes, in fact, it always diverges from the discussion between the leaders who are there. So that was sort of standard for President Trump. And some of the issues that were raised during that press conference were sort of new. One was when President Trump mentioned something about owning a base. The fort, he called it, which I imagine he was talking about Camp Humphreys. I don't know. But I wouldn't put much stock in that. It is a question of spur of the moment, maybe, and of just saying something. You know, he also has said things about Greenland and Canada and other issues that somehow then go away. There was a lot of discussion of North Korea, which always animates President Trump. And of course, it's an issue of huge importance for South Korea, for deterrence, for our military posture. But again, very little of the real substance of the issues that are on the table at the moment. And that's what I hope took place in the private session at the lunch. And maybe included the issues that we were all talking about in the lead up to the summit. The military spending issue and strategy as described by Dr. Hamre. North Korea in more than just the terms of trying to talk, but also how to deter and how to assure extended deterrence. China and where that stands. I noted that President Trump during the Oval Office session mentioned that he thought that we should all have good relations with China, and that was probably music to President Lee's ears, and that should be part of the scenery as we go forward. You can't always assume that President Trump's inclinations are the same that come up through the various departments and agencies of government. The Department of Defense may have a view on this idea of military transformation, for example, that the president may not necessarily instinctively share. One issue that I thought that came up that was very important, and I think the atmosphere obviously was good, in part because President Lee went out of his way to make sure it was good, and the scare that took place before the meeting of a Truth Social message that went out that President Trump later downplayed. But what was important also was the mention of President Lee's stop in Tokyo and the importance of the trilateral relationship between the three countries. And that is something that I especially, and I'm sure Kim Sung-han also, take very much to heart because we worked so much on that over the last few years to assure and set the table, if you will, for a good relationship, both bilaterally between the two countries, but also trilaterally with the United States. So I think really, I mentioned to you before this that we were looking at outcomes and atmosphere. The atmosphere seemed fine. You know, it's a little different than we're used to in the Oval Office. And as far as the outcomes, we really wait to see exactly where we stand with this list of issues.
예, 감사합니다.
All right, thank you very much. So then Now, I have first invited the two speakers from the US, and if I may just briefly sum up, then now, in terms of the specifics, yes, of course, there will be more discussion to follow, but then now it was the first summit between the two leaders, and we can see that the mood itself appeared to be fine. And diplomatically, we call it atmospherics. And it seems as if the atmospherics was fine. And then in terms of the specifics or the outcome, then we would have to continue to refine them between the two countries. And now, with that then, let me go to the Korean speakers and to listen to their take on this summit, and also former advisor Kim Sung-han. He was the first advisor in the previous government. So had I been there, how I would have choreographed this or how I would have worked on this. So I'm sure that you have also made some comparisons in your mind. So if I may now go to former advisor Kim.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to thank Chairman Hong for inviting me to this very auspicious event. With regard to the summit meeting, I didn't really follow by every second or every minute, but I think that we can summarize it in three different ways. First of all, it was very good to look at, and second, President Lee was not trapped. And third, we would call it tone setting. Going forward, the ROK-US alliance, for the ROK-US alliance, I think that we were able to see the tone setting for the alliance for the next 3 years. President Lee, well, this is his first debut on the global diplomatic scene, and as a beginner, I think that he didn't really show any naivete. I think that he looked very experienced, and he's not from a conservative party. He is a liberal president, and he is also known as pro-China. So President Lee met President Trump and had some candid discussions. And the fact that he were able to portray that, we call it optics in English. So I think that optics was pretty good. And second, I mentioned that he did not fall into a trap. Well, I'm sure that you would all remember, but last night there was an SNS message from President Trump, and it was quite perplexing in a way. So if you think about the summit as a negotiation meeting, that message could put you in a very uncomfortable position. So it was an episode. However, I think that despite all of that, President Lee dealt with the situation pretty well. So thankfully, we did not have that Zelensky moment with President Lee. So that's the second point I wanted to make. And third, tone setting and also future-oriented or forward-looking moment was there. Well, given the fact that it's a summit meeting, the details are actually prepared at the working level leading up to the summit, and afterwards the details will be further ironed out by the working level people. So joint press release or joint statements, whichever document may be released, we would have to wait and see. But generally speaking, if you think about the ROK-US alliance, based on the foundational military alliance, we are now trying to develop further comprehensive alliance for economic and technological cooperation. So I think that we were able to give the confidence that we are ready for that strategic alliance. So a future-oriented alliance is the term that we use with regard to Korea-Japan alliance. And this time around, President Lee used the term future-oriented strategic alliance with the U.S. So President Trump recently showcased certain behaviors, and prior to the Second World War, we call it Westphalian system, liberal international order. After the Second World War was created, but if you look at Mr. Trump, I think we are reminded of pre-Second World War system. But despite that, I think that with regard to free trade and also technological cooperation and economic security, supply chain collaboration, through those, I think that the two countries can move forward. I think that we were able to see the possibility through the summit. And in that sense, I am quite positive about the summit. Despite that, notwithstanding that, one last comment I'd like to make is this. I think that you have to be strategic in a way. Now, if I were in a position to give advice, or if I were in a situation similar to President Lee, then with regard to the issue of strategic flexibility, instead of embracing the concept with regard to the issue of enrichment, uranium enrichment, in order to get concessions from the U.S., if I were him, I would have prepared a formula. Yes, there are other complexities, and those probably were prepared by the working level people, but I think that the key card was strategic flexibility and also enrichment. So we could have had a give and take approach, taken a give and take approach. Of course, that could have been discussed at the summit. We have yet to hear the outcome of the summit, but I just wanted to share with you what I would have done if I were him.
All right, thank you very much. So now, yes, so far, the two leaders meeting in the Oval Office, and then President Lee going to the CSIS, giving the speech, engaging in conversation. So we are just watching what is appearing outside. But then now what we are expecting, what we are hoping for is, now then for close to 2 hours, including lunch, then what was discussed, and also leading up to the summit, then what were the details that were discussed at the working levels. Of course, we will be able to learn more over the next coming days or weeks. And then now, next, Professor Hong, he is also the chair of the Foreign and Security Affairs Subcommittee of the State Affairs Planning Advisory Committee. So now you have the floor. Well, thank you very much. It is a great honor for me to be voicing myself at this prestigious conference. Now, yes, in leading up to the summit, there were a lot of worries because compared to any other summit between the two countries. Now, actually, before the summits were pretty much well prepared, meaning that the two leaders would discuss the ROK-US alliance, the current state, and then also exchange pleasantries and also more cooperation for the future, and just sign on the agreement that has been agreed on by the working level. But then now this time around, this summit, now just looking at the issues, it seems like there were over a dozen issues that were awaiting agreement between the two leaders. I'm not sure how much of an agreement was made at the working level, but then from the outside, little was known. And also the foreign minister flew all the way to the U.S., skipping the Japanese visit, and also the chief secretary to the president also participated, the chief of staff also participated in the U.S. visit as well. So then there were quite a lot of worries, but then now, as if watching a drama, we could see that these concerns, these worries, were eased away one by one, exchanged by laughter and smiles, and then now, in the end, it concluded with President Trump praising President Lee as a great leader, having his full support and support for the ROK-US alliance going forward. And also, quite dramatic and also quite surprising was that now President Trump mentioned that now he also has good relations with China, and in his visit to China, he said that President Lee could fly with him in his plane. For me, that was quite surprising. And I would say that this was actually the step where we were able to change the strategic uncertainty into strategic certainty, so that the USFK now, not just to deter North Korea on the Korean land. So I had thought that I was thinking that the U.S. would want us to signal that the USFK is in Korea to contain China. So I thought that that was the message that President Trump wanted from us. But then now President Trump saying that he has good relations with China, he wants President Lee to go with him to China. So that also implies that it is okay for Korea, it is okay for President Lee to have good relations with China. And also for the USFK, so rather than the USFK having free actions on the Korean land, USFK would be still more intended toward deterring North Korea. So I would say that that is a big achievement. And second is, where did this come from? I mean, what is the success factor? Now, first of all, President Lee was impeccably prepared. He mentioned that he read The Art of the Deal, and in his onboard press conference, he mentioned that the book showed how President Trump negotiates. So I thought that he was quite confident. But then now, a few hours before the summit, some surprise message came up, like raiding the church or the U.S. force base. But then President Lee calmly responded that that was part of justice being implemented, and that is the special prosecution going to the Air Force base of Korea. So I believe that the first button was coded up right. And then also President Lee commented on the excellence of the renovated Oval Office, saying that President Trump is now in the golden age, so touting his leadership, and then also touting his economic leadership as well, with the U.S. stock prices soaring. Then also in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and also Ukraine. So despite all the issues in the U.S., President Trump is stepping up to mediate peace in other regions, and President Lee said that he is highly impressed. And I believe that that really did a lot in winning his favors. And then now linking that to the Korean Peninsula situation, and then President Lee said, well, Kim Jong-un does not want to meet me, but he wants to meet you. So it is not something that I can do, but I hope that President Trump, you can do this. I hope that you can meet Kim Jong-un, bring about peace on the Korean Peninsula. I will be so happy. I will fully support you. And if President Trump, if you are to be in the marathon for peace, so if you are to be the peacemaker, I will be the pacemaker. And then President Trump probably thought that at that time that, oh, President Lee is to be fully trusted. And then also he did mention that he wants to meet Kim Jong-un within this year more than twice. So, of course, some of the issues for Korea, like, for example, economic and also defense cost sharing and so forth. But even for such issues, President Trump restrained himself. And also, he did not mention much about the USFK size. And he seemed to imply that there can be harmony in Korea's relations with China as well. So again, I believe that that is such an important achievement. And also the APEC to be held in Gyeongju in Korea. So if President Trump were to make progress in his relations with Kim Jong-un, perhaps this would also open the door for inviting Kim Jong-un to APEC in Korea. So again, it gave a lot of hopes, and I would say that at least for the next 5 years, the ROK-US alliance is really on solid ground.
Thank you very much. Originally, I thought about now reversing the order and ask a follow-up question to Professor Hong. But then I think that you said everything you wanted to say. So I'm going to go back to Washington now and ask a follow-up question to Dr. Henry regarding ROK-US alliance. Dr. Henry, are you with us? Are you feeling sleepy?
I'm sorry?
Are you feeling sleepy?
Not sleepy. I'm wide awake. I'm ornery.
Good. Thank you very much.
So we are going to now go deeper into different issues. Now, another important issue is extended deterrence, the nuclear umbrella. After Mr. Trump took office, I think that the ROK-US alliance, sometimes the alliance itself was on the negotiating table for negotiations. So if you think about the support that the U.S. is providing to its allies, Korea, Japan, and Poland, and etc., we have the extended deterrence and the confidence that the allies have. If you were to compare from the past, it has diminished a little bit. Well, this is something that is subjective, and we can't really put any numbers on it. But Dr. Hamley, from your perspective, the U.S.'s extended deterrence towards its allies, do you think, in order to strengthen the confidence from the allies, what should be done?
Well, Minister Song, I think this is one of the most important questions that we should be dealing with on a bilateral basis. I think there are many reasons why Koreans would question whether America is credible in offering an extended deterrence guarantee. I've had very senior Korean friends that have said to me, well, I saw how hard you worked to avoid confronting Russia in Ukraine so you wouldn't get into a confrontation with Russia over nuclear weapons. Are you going to defend us? I think that's a very good question. I think that a lot of Koreans are asking themselves, is America really serious, about offering an extended deterrence guarantee, and do they mean it? And can we count on it? And, we had a brief conversation about that today with President Lee, but I think it's still a huge question that most Koreans are asking themselves. Now, we've gone, 15, 18 years where we've said that we want to get North Korea to denuclearize. We failed. And President Lee today, he just said mechanically, we want a denuclearized, Korean peninsula. But we don't really have a plan to do that now. And so I think we have to come to an honest conversation between us about what constitutes a credible deterrence, that is meaningful to North Korea. And can that be done exclusively by the United States? Or does that require some really visible collaboration with Korea? I personally believe that we are at a stage where we have to have a much more collaborative, shared program on nuclear deterrence to make it credible.
Yeah.
I've had conversations with senior people in the Korean security establishment about this. Is it credible any longer to say, don't worry, America has a submarine someplace that has warheads and we can use them if we have to? Is that credible?
Yeah.
Do people believe that?
Well,
And my sense is that we're at a stage now with Korea that we can't just ask you to trust us.
yeah,
I
헨리
think we're
소장님.
going to have collaborative, ongoing projects where we're working together that demonstrates we trust each other. And we're going to share with you information we don't share with other people. But you're a partner that we can't live without, and we're going to have to trust you and share with you information that we don't give to other people. And then we have to talk about what constitutes a credible visual deterrence that North Korea would see. And I have some ideas in that regard, but this is a conversation that should be collaborative between us and Korea.
예, 감사합니다.
All right, thank you very much. So, of course, I would love to listen more about it, but then now, what I had been thinking was that President Trump's so-called Trump's nuclear doctrine. So, if I were to interpret this, then there is the doctrine for the nuclear powers, and then also the doctrine for the non-nuclear powers. So that is the background leading to this question, and perhaps we could also have more time later on to have more in-depth discussion about this. And then I'm going to Your Excellency Ambassador Goldberg. Now, amongst what you said earlier, and also about what President Trump said this time. Now, the U.S. asking Korea to purchase U.S. weapons, as reported by the news. Now, for Korea, in terms of the weapons purchase and also the defense cost, I would say that Korea is one of the highest among the allies because Korea is the third largest weapon buyer in the world. And also in terms of the defense budget, then looking at the accumulated budget, then let's say for other allies 1.5%, 2%, but Korea had always been like 2.5%, around 2.5%. So Korea has always had quite a high defense spending as well. So then from the Washington, then for Korea to have the same level of weapons purchase and also defense budget as other allies, I'm not sure whether that is right. So what is your take?
Korea clearly is both a purchaser and a seller. A purchaser of very advanced equipment from the United States, whether it's aircraft especially, and other military equipment. But now you are a first-class provider as well, as several of the deals that have taken place in recent years with Poland and other purchasers. And now Korea is the 8th largest exporter of military equipment around the world. So it's a different maybe price setting for Korea and some of the products it sells, but it very much admired the Chunmoo system or the K9 howitzer and things that Korea produces. So there are things that Korea does to purchase U.S. equipment, and it is a very important financial economic benefit to the United States. That's one area where we have some advantage, and there are others. And in fact, we're talking about this in the context of military equipment, but one of the issues I didn't mention and hasn't been mentioned yet really is the one that started much of the conversation around U.S.-Korea relations, which is trade, tariffs, and investments, and what's happening on that front. And that's one of the first issues that really needs to be resolved, how this all comes together, not just the military side of it, but and the spending. President Trump at the Oval Office session mentioned something about, again, about the Camp Humphreys, which I don't think was correct. Most of that was built with Korean expenditures, with a contribution from the United States, but it was about 10-to-1 in terms of the expenditures. And so, you know, these are things that still will be part of the trade and discussion and where various advantages are, but we haven't discussed that, and it's a very important issue going forward. What do these $350 billion in investments really mean? In shipbuilding, for example, is there really $150 billion on offer? How will it be directed? Can that really be spent in the short term? Is there absorption capacity in the United States to build that? And it'll take a while to figure that all out. I'd just like to mention one last thing that Dr. Hamre raised. You know, one of the discussions we've had over the last few years culminated in the Washington Declaration when President Yoon visited in 2023. And the Washington Declaration did set forth a way forward on the nuclear issue. What it did was establish a nuclear consultative group, a discussion. It's not a full-up sharing arrangement. It is a discussion about how these issues will operate to try to give confidence to the Korean side about how it works. And at the same time, Korea recommitted to the NPT. And that was a very important statement also from this side to say that they believed in those assurances. The question now is how that will work out in the Trump administration and whether those same assurances are going to be made and how that will proceed. Because it's so important, if we're talking about strategic flexibility, one of the issues that will be central to assuring Korea, if that were to take place, is our nuclear umbrella and our commitment on that front, because that's the one issue in the conventional ability of Korea. It's very strong, and they can defend Korea. The question really is the nuclear umbrella still there?
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So Ambassador Goldberg, you mentioned towards the end of your comment, and I think that this was also discussed during Yoon's term. It's CNI, conventional weapons integration, conventional nuclear integration. So Korea has the conventional weapons and the US nuclear. So combining two, we can deter North Korea. So that's the framework that was set up. So I don't think that there are any disagreements to that. But the question is, the US's nuclear umbrella, the confidence on it, as I said early on, there are some confidence issue in that at the moment. And on top of that, the nuclear consultative group between Korea and the US. I mean, you have also had nuclear planning group in the US, but the Europeans are now saying that they can't really trust the US's nuclear umbrella. So that's the reason I raised the question. And with regard to that, moving on to you, Professor Kim, I have some follow-up questions about the comments that you have made. So I think that we are using some of the terms that existed in the past, comprehensive alliance. Well, when we say comprehensive, it's not just about military alliance, but economy and technology and etc. So the concept of comprehensive and strategic alliance, do you think that this is still valid? So if you can comment on that, I would appreciate it. And second of all, nuclear fuel cycle. So enrichment and also reprocessing. You mentioned how it would have been great if some concrete discussions had transpired during the summit. Well, I think that under this current administration, they have some discussions internally. But if you think about the nuclear fuel cycle, what do you think that the current administration should do? I'm sure it probably was discussed in the previous administration, but if you can comment on those two. Yes, thank you. So with regard to comprehensive strategic alliance, I wouldn't say this is a vision. I think that it is the alliance that is currently in the works. I think that it is a term that summarizes the characteristics of the current alliance that we have with the U.S. Technology alliance, economic alliance, and on top of military alliance is what it is referring to. And I think that the ROK-US alliance has moved on to that stage. And if you think about strategic alliance, is it working properly at the moment? Well, I do have some skepticisms personally, and as I mentioned earlier, we have strategic flexibility at issue. We want our ROK-US alliance to be limited to the Korean Peninsula, to work as a deterrent against North Korea. So that's the position of Korea. But I'm sure that those of you who study security issues would understand. But if there's an attack from North Korea, or if there is anything dramatic happening in the north, and there is the need to commence military actions, the possibility is that China could intervene as well. Then the USFK is only for deterring North Korea, and if China intervenes, then should the USFK withdraw? That's not the case, right? So I think that strategic alliance or terminology itself shouldn't be considered too exclusively. We do have the defense treaty with the U.S., and I think that if we want that alliance to work only for Korea and the U.S., then I don't think that it would be a strategic alliance. Again, given the possibility of Russia and China intervening on the issues of the Korean Peninsula, I think that we have to work with the U.S. to mobilize the USFK to respond to that. Likewise, if Taiwan is attacked militarily by China, then not just U.S. troops in Japan, there may be need to mobilize the USFK, but saying no to that, can that be called a strategic alliance? And my answer is no. We don't have to do that. So in that sense, we need to have candid discussions with the U.S. About strategic flexibility. And regarding enrichment, the U.S. is quite resistant, just like we are towards strategic alliance. The U.S., when it comes to enrichment and also reprocessing, especially enrichment, it's quite sensitive, and it's very exclusive towards the concept. So I think that through mutual consultations, we should resolve those. The current administration, the previous administration just ended abruptly in just 3 years, so nuclear fuel cycle issues or Korea becoming a nuclear leading country, and willingness to resolve the enrichment issue is something that Korea should candidly discuss with the U.S. I think that it has the willingness and also has the time to do so. So I have expectations on that. So that's it for me.
Well, time allowing, I would like to listen more, but then if I may just say one more thing as the moderator, then now strategy. We use this term quite often, but then it's sometimes we use the term strategy for lack of a better term. So we talk about strategic alliance, but now in international politics, it was during the Cold War period that the strategic alliance came up, when the alliance was divided between Soviet Union and the US. And that is why we also talk often about the strategic arms limitation talks. So again, the Soviet and the U.S., so when they had the camps divided. But now, these days, we are not talking about strategic flexibility. But then now, when the U.S., when they use the term strategic, then it's not strategic against Korea or strategic against Japan. But then mostly it's about the world, about having strategic operations in the world, and then also the strategic flexibility. So that probably means that it is to contain China, I would say. So then for Korea, then now the USFK is already being fully utilized for the U.S.'s strategic flexibility. So I'm not sure whether there is more to say about the strategic flexibility of the USFK. So I'm not sure whether President Trump used this term, flexibility, in this meeting. But then for me, I do not believe there's really any more need to discuss this. So just one more minute then, perhaps? Right. So then the U.S. side, perhaps I would say that they came up with an awkward term or awkward expression, which is the modernization of the alliance, which I do not believe is really, let's say, right. But then perhaps that is to hide the strategic flexibility. In other words, the ROK-US alliance is already fully modern, but also to not to be mired in exclusive thinking or, the sea around the Korean Peninsula flowing out to the East China Sea and South China Sea, just looking at this natural phenomenon, then, just in this big framework, in the big region of the Indo-Pacific, then Korea and the U.S. can engage in strategic discussions and dialogue is my hope. Right, so in the U.S. Running the world, then perhaps Korea also, with its higher profile, can make its contribution to helping out with the U.S. So I believe that that was the point. And then now, last but not least, Chair Hong. So in Washington, so it seems like, at least in summit, now there were no mention of containing China. But then now for Korea to lead the way in saying that we need to contain China or the U.S. containing China. So I'm not sure whether that is just a matter of the press or just from the academia. So if you could comment on this. And another point is now about North Korea. So in relation to North Korea, then Kim Jong-un, Trump, their possible meeting, and then so for President Trump to be the peacemaker, for President Lee to be the pacemaker. But then this basic structure is that the North Korea being so their nuclear status would be recognized. So they would be recognized as a nuclear power. So that also appears to be the position from the current government as well. So then does that mean that any state, any group can come up with the nuclear weapons and then they would be recognized as a state? And then they could also work toward normalizing ties? So what would become of the NPT regime? So given this backdrop, then President Trump together with Kim Jong-un. So if they were to resume discussions, then what would be the political gains or losses for the U.S.? I would like to ask the same question to Ambassador Goldberg and also President Henry later on. But then now if Chair Hong could respond first. Right, so let's say if there is the North U.S. summit, then of course there would be a lot of expectations, but also concerns. One of such concerns is, what if we just give recognition to North Korea as a nuclear power? Now, President Lee had an interview with Yomiuri, and he also talked about the three-step denuclearization. And that is, I would say that is laying the cornerstone for the strategic architecture. So first of all, if there is Trump and Kim Jong-un meeting, then the denuclearization could really be thrown out the window. And that is why he first came up with this three-step denuclearization strategy. Now, but if there is no this conversation between DPRK and the U.S. at all, then what is going to happen? So President Lee mentioned that in President Trump's absence under Biden administration, North Korea's nuclear arsenal grew so large. So that also means that leaving it as it is not the answer either. So lacking dialogue between the two states and leaving North Korea unchecked, then in 5-10 years' time, North Korea would have over 100 nuclear weapons. So perhaps it would be better to start the conversation, but then as part of starting the conversation, there should be freezing. So yes, it is true that there could be Korea passing, but we also need to state denuclearization, and also for practical purposes, then it is better to freeze North Korea's nuclear program. And then if we are to just call for denuclearization from the beginning, North Korea will not come to the table. So then perhaps we could go toward reducing the nuclear arsenal. So that is what he meant by the three-step denuclearization program. And he also got a lot of questions about this. But then there were also concerns that President Trump might not like it. But I thought that President Trump would actually welcome this proposal. And may I mention one more topic? And that is about the Ukrainian war and what kind of lessons it gives us. So from the media, and what was rarely mentioned is that the lesson for us is that bordering smaller country. Now, from the bordering big power, now if it is so a bordering small country, if it tries to enter a large defense arrangement, then it could be punished by the bordering big power. Now, between North and South Korea's, the military power is vastly different. Now, of course, we have alliance with the U.S., different from Ukraine and NATO, but still, if we are to have the USFK target China, then Korea would become adversarial with China. So Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General, and also Condoleezza Rice, so they had actually compromised on the strategic flexibility at the time. But then one question was, such strategic flexibility, now, does that mean that Korea would be involved in regional issues in a way that Korea does not want? So that would not happen. So that was the commitment that was given. So now, for this kind of strategic flexibility, then we also need to have some level of uncertainty. But then, U.S. wanting to turn this into a certainty, and for Korea to bear the risk of becoming hostile to China. So that was quite a difficult issue, and I do believe that President Lee was able to wisely avoid that. And now, if we are to turn the U.S. ROK relations against China, then this is something where we have to remind ourselves of the fate of Ukraine. So very important issue.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Hong, as the chair of Foreign and Security Affairs Subcommittee, you did mention that there's not much that you do, but I think that you do, actually. Now, if you think about modern warfare and security, the deterrent of the USFK, it's hard to distinguish that it is meant to contain China. So I think that internally in Korea, I don't think that there is no need to comment on such things. And if Washington brings that up, then we can say that ROK-US alliance is for military alliance between the two countries, and China is a neighboring country. And I think that we can simply say that there is no need to clearly make the distinctions. So as DMC, I just wanted to make that comment. Time-wise, we only have like 15-16 minutes left. So especially for our guests joining from Washington, I would like to ask questions. Now, Mr. Trump is asking to raise defense spending or defense contribution. So I think that he's asking for 5 billion or so. So Dr. Henry, there is a locally incurred cost for USFK, and most of that cost is borne by Korea. And for what's lacking, it can also be filled out. Now, with regard to operational cost of the USFK, what people are saying is that Korea should also be covering for that. Then I think that the characteristics of the ROK-US alliance would change. If you are to send troops elsewhere, and if Korea was asked to pay for that, I think that is really fundamentally changing the concept of ROK-US alliance. So, exceeding the contributions that is expected of Korea, if Mr. Trump asks for operational costs, do you think that this is correct or this is right? Mr. Henry? Do we have Mr. Henry online, or is he disconnected? Well, if it is the case, while waiting for Mr. Henry, I think that we should turn to you, Ambassador
Henry.
Goldberg.
Look, I, at the end of my time here, helped negotiate the last special measures agreement. We thought it was, at the time, a fair agreement. It raised expenditures on this side to support the U.S. presence by 8.3%. It was cost-related. It wasn't just an abstract figure. There was a negotiation that took place between the Defense Department and other agencies, the State Department, of course, as the lead negotiator on our side, and the Defense Department, the Defense Ministry here. So there are reasons that we come up with these figures of why and how much this costs. Now, that was for the mission that was set out and the traditional mission of USFK. If there is something else going on, that may be different. That's in terms of the U.S. presence. In terms of the general expenditure, as you know, we have already negotiated through NATO for a 5% increase in defense spending with a couple of objections, one from Spain, for example. It's really a 3.5% increase, or 3.5% of GDP. The other 1.5% are for infrastructure kinds of projects that may support military activities. Whether that's fair or not, it's in the eye of the beholder. Clearly, President Trump has made a case that he wants more spending and more burden sharing from other countries, including allies. My own view is that we negotiated an SMA. It was a fair agreement. As I mentioned, when we built Camp Humphreys, it was largely funded by South Korea. And as far as your own defense expenditures, you're already well ahead of some of the European countries in terms of that percent. So I think that some of it is exaggerated, but it is something that is clearly of interest for the Trump administration.
So then in relation to that, of course, President Trump, so he also mentioned that he was going to buy them or own them or whatever, but then, so I think perhaps that is also related to Japan, about the Japan's defense costs, because in Japan what they're doing is the Japanese government is leasing the land from the private sector and then letting the U.S. use it. So then that is reflected into the cost sharing. But then in the case of Korea, it is not reflected into cost sharing, so it is appropriated from the Korean government to be used by the U.S. So then I think that is something that should have been told not to the Korean president but to the Japanese prime minister, actually.
Forgive me, I got cut off.
Okay, are you back? Are you back? I'm sorry.
You were going to ask me about this. Let me just say a word. you know, they had a big meeting today. They did not talk about pulling troops out of Korea. They did not talk about SMA. They did not talk about pulling some troops back and putting them in Okinawa. They didn't talk about suspending military exercises. I mean, this was, I mean, if they talked about modernizing, you know, the alliance, okay, that's pretty general, and I'm happy with that. I'm happy to have that. It's a lot better than talking about, you know, pulling troops out or SMA, you know, some big outrageous thing about SMA. So, you know, let's look at this as this was kind of successful in my view.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. With regard to cost burden sharing, in Korea, over the next few years, there can be some additional cost incurred by having the USFK. Then, for locally incurred cost, Korea is willing to cover. So, by saying so, I think that with regard to USFK upkeep, we will have no more discrepancies or controversies with regard to cost sharing. So with that, how do you think about it, Dr. Henry, and also Ambassador Goldberg? What do you think about that? Can you be brief?
Let me just say a brief word. I've never liked the, you know, burden sharing argument because I've always felt that America was the beneficiary of its alliance with Korea. I mean, we're on the Korean Peninsula for our interests, not for yours. And I think having Korea as a partner has always been a blessing. So I've always struggled a bit with the narrative here in the US about burden sharing. I don't personally agree with that. I think, in my view, Korea is a very fulsome partner. And I have no complaints about the partnership with Korea. I have aspirations for what it could become, and I think it could be stronger, but I don't have any complaints about the alliance with Korea.
Thank you.
I agree with that, and I have told, and when I was here, I told visitors that you know, some of these burden sharing arguments were misplaced, because if we're not here for our own interests as well, for having allies, for having a role in Asian defense architecture, then we need to rethink those things. But I think they're well served by it. And so I agree with Dr. Hamry.
예, 그럼 지금 우리가 시간
So now the time remaining is about 7 minutes. So then with regards to the ROK-US alliance, now of course the ROK-US alliance, the existence itself was never questioned. But then President Trump is also probably raising questions about the raison d'etre to begin with, perhaps. So then leading the summit, so then through the summit, of course, I do not believe that there were any questions raised about the existence of the alliance itself. But then now, what should be the goals of the alliance, and also where should it be headed? And perhaps I believe that that is something to be hammered out among the working level, more so in the future. Now then, to the four panelists, now I would like to give about 1.5 minutes to each about the goals and the direction of the ROK-US alliance. So if you were to give your suggestions to the two governments, what would they be? So then, Professor Hong first. Now, yes, among the topics of the summit was about the future-oriented strategic alliance, or modernizing the alliance. But then now, to be really cold-headed about this, I would say that the main purpose of the alliance should change. So needing change not from the US but also from Korea. So for example, to turn this into a state-of-the-art force, then with AI and also cutting-edge equipment, that goes without saying. So that's a given. Now, on top of that, where we are not catching up with history is that Korea is number 5 in terms of the conventional military power in the world. And also, North Korea is seen as 34 or 36 in the world. So now looking at conventional firepower alone, then even without the USFK, Korea is more than able to overpower DPRK. So it's between number 5 and number 35. So again, the main purpose of the USFK or the alliance now. So now there was the Korean denuclearization declaration in 1990s, but North Korea has violated that, but Korea has kept to it, and that is because we wanted to keep our trust with the international community, but North Korea did not. So I would say that the main goal of the alliance, now in terms of the conventional firepower, the Korean forces have enough of it, but what we need more, and what we need more because we have kept to our international commitment, is about nuclear deterrence. And it seems like perhaps the commitment shown by the US for the nuclear deterrence is not strong enough. So 70% of the Korean public are now saying that we need to have our own nuclear program because we cannot trust the nuclear deterrence. So what this means is that perhaps the nuclear deterrence is where we need to strengthen our partnership. Conventional warfare is where we can be more in control. But then there is not much. So we need more because right now what we have is nuclear consultative group. So you're saying that we need to have the extended deterrence. Just one more thing. So DEFCON. So let's say if the DEFCON level were to go from 3 to 4. Now in Asia Pacific there is no nuclear weapon at all. So then if it goes up from 3 to 4, then it is not seen. But then the U.S. tactical weapons would be deployed to Guam, and then if it goes to 2, then it would be deployed to the Korean Peninsula. So in other words, if we are to have this specific plan, then Korea's concerns would be much eased.
Professor Kim? In my view, I think that as one of the people behind NCG, I hope that the current administration could put in more efforts to operate NCG so that not just in terms of capabilities, but in terms of willingness of the U.S., we can better explain to the Korean people the willingness of the U.S. Now, if you think about it, NCG came into being because of several reasons. As Minister Song mentioned, there are not that many U.S. people doubting ROK-US alliance, but in case Korea is at a risk, the nuclear umbrella and also the cutting-edge conventional weapons, would they be mobilized by the U.S. To protect Korea? And there are some doubts about that. And NCG was developed in order to have Korea take part in the nuclear operation mechanism of the U.S. So we started off with a grand objective. However, if there is no follow-up on the activities, then I think that it would be regrettable. But fortunately, I don't think that there are any criticisms towards NCG from the current Lee Jae-myung administration. So my suggestion is that we have to keep alive the NCG and persuade the Korean people. And in terms of economy, technology, and also we talk about MASCA, perhaps we can develop a ROK-US alliance so that we can collaborate in those other areas moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So then what the previous government has done, so it is developing, so that's good. And then also now, whenever there is a new government, then what we need to do is not to invent new policies, but to develop existing policies. But then perhaps that is also quite difficult to do. So then, yes, Ambassador Goldberg, about the future of the alliance.
I know a A lot of the discussion today was about, both in Washington and here, has been on North Korea. In Washington, it was on negotiations, and I wouldn't spend too much time talking about that at the moment because there seems to be no interest in Pyongyang from Kim Jong-un to engage. And if he engages, it will be on the basis of something that is, quite frankly, been unpalatable to all of us, which is the end to denuclearization as the goal. We may be able to fudge that diplomatically and call it something else, reduction at the beginning, and both claim victory. But I wouldn't put too much emphasis on that. We do have to rethink some of the military and security issues that seem to be on the agenda. I don't know, as we started out by saying, exactly how those were discussed today. I hope and I think that the trilateral, it will be an important part of that, and I hope it remains central to the thinking both in Seoul and in Washington. And China, exactly what is the role and what is the thinking here with regard to China and its activities in the South China Sea, in Taiwan, and the rest, and how that will jibe with what the administration in Washington is thinking. And I'll just say finally, I said something earlier and I'd like to emphasize it. What President Trump often says in public isn't always the way that things are moving in the bureaucracy. So when you hear things about strategic flexibility, that may not be at the top of his thinking. He thinks about other things, about meetings with Xi Jinping and about better relations. And so it sometimes is misleading in terms of what might be happening at the working level.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you. And then now again from Washington, Dr. Henry, are you there?
Yep.
아, 정말
I'm
하루
here.
긴 하루였어요. 이제
Today,
It's long day indeed.
Can you hear me? Okay. I asked President Lee about North Korea and the nuclear problem, and he said just mechanically, "Well, we want a denuclearized peninsula." Honestly, let's just be honest. We have failed at trying to denuclearize North Korea. So I think we have to have a real conversation between us and Korea. What do we do? There are only two options. One option is that we invade North Korea, we find the nuclear weapons, and we destroy them. But that would likely trigger a nuclear war. Okay. The other option is deterrence. And the question is, what constitutes credible deterrence that the Koreans believe and we believe? And I do not think we have an agreement between us on that question. If I were to say one thing we should be doing very intensively is devoting time both at the government level but also in the professional policy level, having detailed discussions about what really constitutes credible deterrence in this environment. And I think I would make that the first priority.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for 1 hour and 20 minutes. I think that we discussed various aspects of ROK-US alliance. I'm not sure whether we had enough time to delve deeper into the issues, but one thing I'd like to say before I let you go is this. The North Korean issue, I think we've had the same issue forever, and I think that we've been employing the same method, but expecting a different outcome. So this is something that we need to consider as we move forward. And I would like to thank 중앙일보 and CSIS for putting together this very auspicious forum in a very timely fashion. And it was my honor and pleasure to discuss various topics with such wonderful experts, and I hope that the comments that we shared could be reflected into policies in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, seeking a new future of the 70-year-old ROK-US alliance. So, once again, a big hand to the 5 speakers. Thank you very much. And now let me ask the 4 panelists to please go back to your seats. Thank you. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of the morning session. Afternoon session shall resume at 1:40 in this very hall, Dynasty Hall. So I will come back to you in the following session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the second session of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025 entitled Reciprocal Tariffs and Trade Rebalancing. Among today's panelists, Dr. Victor Cha, Senior VP for Geopolitics and Foreign Affairs at CSIS and Korean Chair, as well as Mr. Adam Farah, Senior Analyst for Asia Pacific Geoeconomics at Bloomberg, are joining us virtually. Now I'd like to invite Professor Tae-Hoo Park, Professor Emeritus at Seoul National University's Graduate School of International Studies, to chair this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. In our session, I originally thought about conducting the session in English, but Chairman Hong started off in Korean, and we are providing simultaneous interpretation service, so please use the service. And we also have Victor Cha and Mr. Adam Farr joining us from Washington, so I ask for your kind understanding. In session number 2, the English title is Reciprocal Tariffs and Trade Rebalancing. So under this theme, we will be conducting session number 2. And as you are probably aware, we had Korea-US summit just yesterday, and trade experts had high hopes. Late July, discussions were held on tariffs, and the outcomes were shared with the public, and there were some concrete things that still had to be ironed out. So we hope that perhaps through the summit we will be able to learn some concrete aspects of the agreement and actually have an official agreement produced. But I'm sure you have seen it, but there wasn't really much discussion on tariffs. And executive order perhaps was signed by President Trump, and there were some questions asked about tariffs, and Mr. Trump said, yes, there were some questions raised, but we decided to stick to our guns. So that's what we know so far. So in this session, what is important is, because the summit meeting is now over, were there detailed discussions on tariffs and also trade between the two leaders. And with regard to that, we have our 5 panelists with us, so perhaps we can hear their assessments on the summit meeting. Again, from the U.S., we have 2 gentlemen joining us virtually. We have Mr. Victor Cha. I'm sure you're very much aware of him. He's the Korea chair at CSIS, and he frequently visits Korea. And another gentleman is Mr. Adam Farr. I think that he is with CSIS at the moment. He is a senior geoeconomics analyst for the Asia Pacific for Bloomberg Economics. So he's a senior analyst with Bloomberg Economics, and he's joining us from Washington, D.C. And from Seoul, we have 3 experts joining us. First of all, from my far left, we have Mr. Choi Seok-young, former Korean ambassador to Geneva, WTO. And second, we have Mr. Choi Byung-il, Professor Emeritus of Ewha Women's University. He's a trade expert. And to my right, we have Professor Jae-min Lee, Dean of School of Law at Seoul National University. So we have 3 experts joining us from Seoul. So I believe that giving full assessment on the trade and the tariff issues would have been impossible if there were a lot covered during the summit, but that was not the case. So I would like to ask our panelists what they thought about the summit. And we have former government official, and he actually was at the negotiating tables at WTO. So I'd like to first invite Mr. Choi Seok-young, Ambassador Choi Seok-young. So as I mentioned earlier, in this summit meeting, not much was discussed about trade. So I'd like to learn about your opinion. You can also comment on the late July discussions about trade.
Yes, as introduced, this is Choi Seok-young. Now, first of all, from this summit, the joint statement that we have been looking for was not announced. So yes, it seems a bit too early for us to discuss the details of the meeting. But then, does this mean that no joint statement will be forthcoming? We do not know that yet. And when we look at the US and EU, then they had the agreement in July, and then the joint statement was announced in August. So then at the summit level, then, so for example, the agreement that were reached at the summit level, for this to be worked out at the working level would take some time. And that probably is also the same in this case. And now, having said that, the ROK-US tariff negotiations, well, what was agreed on in last July, I believe that it is worthwhile for us to remind ourselves of that. Now, first of all, the agreement itself in late July. So that was a verbal agreement and a political agreement, meaning that perhaps it is not binding and nothing written either. And largely there are 4 categories. The first is the reciprocal tariff of 15% on Korea, and then sectoral tariff of 15% on autos and so forth. And then for Korea, for example, the autos and also manufactured products, so for Korea to purchase such products from the US. And the fourth is eliminating Korea's non-tariff barriers. Now, when we look at the announcements from each country, then there were some disagreements, but then Korea's side is that there were no agreements on rice or beef. And now, if we are to think about the significance of this July agreement, then the good news was that the fact that we were able to make this deal before the reciprocal tariffs were going into effect in August, so we were able to ease the uncertainties. And then there were also some areas where perhaps improvement is needed. So, for example, Korea committing to investment of $350 billion, and of that, 150 billion going to shipbuilding under the name of Mazga. And after the announcement was made, President Trump, now what he said was that, so what he posted was that the investment by Korea will be owned and decided by the US. And then also Commerce Secretary Lutnick mentioned that 90% of the profits will be retained by the US. So it seems as if there is quite a lot of disagreement between the two countries about the investment terms and conditions. And then also about the agriculture, the US announcement was that the market is completely open. But Korea said that not so for rice and beef, and nothing else is mentioned about other areas. So it seems as if there is a difference in understanding between the two sides. And another point is about autos. So again, the sectoral tariff of 15% on Korean autos. Now this sectoral tariff. Now Korea had been exporting to the US with no tariff, now 15%. But then now EU and Japan, the competing countries, now they had a tariff of 2.5% to begin with, and now their tariff is also 15%, meaning that relatively speaking, then now Korea had the advantage of tariff by 2.5%, but now this has disappeared. So perhaps that is one area where we could have done better. So then looking at the summit this time, then the July framework is to be maintained, it seems. But then again, at the working level, I understand that there are detailed discussions about a joint statement. So over time, more specific language will be formulated. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the joint statement between the EU and the US, it is highly detailed. Tariff and non-tariff barriers, and and also about investment. The EU to invest $600 billion in the US by 2028. So the EU is committed to. So it says that the EU is committed. So I wonder what kind of language is going to be used for the Korean case. I believe that that is something for us to watch out for. And so then at this time, now the tariff negotiation and also the trade deal, then with regards to this discussion, I believe that there are a number of homework left for us to do, and I would just like to mention three. First is the existing uncertainty. So for example, investment terms and conditions, or whether agriculture is included or not. So this uncertainty or ambiguity at this time. So then how is this going to be reflected in the joint statement later on? So I believe that it is important that we follow up on this. And the second point is the USTR representative, Ambassador Greer, also mentioned this, but then the series of bilaterals that the U.S. is engaging with. So they called it a Trump round or a Turnberry round, but so a series of bilaterals are being held with differing results, meaning that the outcome is quite unevenly distributed. So then some of the earlier negotiators might end up with more disadvantageous terms and conditions. So then we also need to pay attention so that the earlier countries will not come away from the negotiation at a disadvantage than the following countries. And last is, now Korea is an FTA partner with the US. Now, with this tariff deal, then at least the tariff part of the FTA has in many ways been undercut. But still, aside from the tariff, the provisions in the FTA are still surviving. So then the remaining FTA and then also other areas like technologies, AI, digital, economic security. So including all these topics, in other words, perhaps you can upgrade the FTA, incorporating these other more pertinent topics of today. So either upgrade or revisit the FTA in a certain way. All right, thank you very much for the very detailed explanation, helping the understanding of the attendees. Thank you. So then just to sum up about the tariff, so we know the outline of the outcome, but then still from July, what we know is the amount of investment without the specific investment terms and conditions, and then also about the non-tariff barriers. So what Korea is saying and what the US is stating are a bit different. Perhaps negotiation is still underway. And then now, thank you, and let us move to Mr. Victor Cha.
Thank you, Ambassador Park. Can you hear me?
Yes. It's very late in the evening in Washington. You must be tired. But you are
okay.
You are the part of the organizer, so you should participate anyway.
Yes, of course,
So,
it's my pleasure.
We are proceeding the session in Korean, so I will talk to you in Korean. You have to listen to the simultaneous interpretation. Victor, you are not. 지금 빅터는 통상 전문가는 아니시지만.
So Victor is not a trade expert at this time, but of course regarding ROK-US alliance, he has studied a lot. He has been watching the relations for over a long time. Then after the summit today, so in observing the summit today, what was your impression? And then also in this session, what we're interested in more specifically is about trade. And it seems as if little was mentioned in the summit. So then what is the progress on this front from the U.S. perspective and also from the perspective of the ROK-US alliance, if you could touch upon the tariff and the trade as well?
Sure, it's my pleasure, Ambassador Park. Thank you so much. Let me just say first that it's a pleasure to be participating in the 14th JCSIS forum. We started these, I think, in 2011. And I want to express my deepest gratitude to Chairman Hong for his support of this forum for the last 14 years. And I also want to congratulate JoongAng Ilbo on their 60th anniversary. I apologize for not being there, and I'm grateful for your understanding and grateful for Secretary Mattis and Ambassador Goldberg and Sid Seiler and Tim Martin for participating in person on behalf of CSIS. I can certainly offer my impression on today's events. These are my impressions. They're based on my observations, conversations that I've had with both the U.S. and the South Korean side. Not any one particular person, but a whole series of conversations throughout the day and observations. I guess the first thing I would say overall is that the feedback from both sides is that they saw the day and the visit as a success. Neither side got all that it wanted, even though we don't know necessarily what those things are, because there isn't, as been said already, there isn't any sort of written document coming out. But the sense I got was that people were content with the visit. Not everybody got everything they wanted, and the Koreans really felt like they dodged the bullet because of the morning social media post by Trump about the church, about the purges and church harassments. This just came out of left field. Nobody knew it was coming. Lots of people got very concerned when they saw it. President Lee, I thought, actually went out of his way. At the beginning of his speech at CSIS in the evening, he gave sort of an impromptu exposition about freedom of religion in Korea. I think he just wanted to rectify it on the record. But in spite of that what people thought would be potentially a very shaky start, overall, I think people thought it went well. Second, most important, probably for people like Adam and myself who have staffed these presidential visits before, especially first meetings between presidents, the body language of the two leaders seemed to be good, and the chemistry reportedly went quite well. Trump was quite affable. Lee, as many people I'm sure have stated, was very flattering. President Lee was, I thought, unusually confident in his body language in the Oval Office with Trump, where most leaders appear quite nervous, according to some former officials. President Lee, as you saw during the Oval Office press availability, was sitting on the edge of his seat. He was very energized. He leaned into President Trump, spoke directly to him. And I felt like in his speech at CSIS and in a private dinner afterwards, President Lee was quite confident. He was quite confident. He was not arrogant, but he was very much at ease, whether he was on script or off script. He was very much at ease. Third, I think the press availability in the Oval Office, as you saw, featured an extended conversation about North Korea. President Lee, I think, drew President Trump in by appealing to two instincts that President Trump has on North Korea. The first was this mention of peace building, President Trump as a peace builder, in Lee's words, to connote a Nobel Prize opportunity if he can help to build peace on the Korean Peninsula. And then secondly, in terms of real estate, in mentioning a Trump Tower and a golf course in North Korea, and talking about how, quote, Kim Jong-un is waiting for you, Mr. President, close quote. After that statement, a good part of the rest of the briefing was an extended conversation about re-engaging with North Korea, which would normally be a conversation that might take place behind closed doors. But I think the Koreans and perhaps even Trump wanted to signal publicly to Kim Jong-un the interest in reopening dialogue. In response to a question, Trump committed to trying to meet Kim before the end of the year. And I'm certain the Koreans were very happy with that. very unusual press availability, but still very happy with it. Fourth, despite the press curtain raisers that said the two would clash on security issues like OPCON transition, strategic flexibility, cost sharing, my sense is that actually the security discussions went fairly well. Trump deflected a question at the Oval Office briefing on reducing troops, but I think it still appears to be an issue, I think President Lee and the Korean side understands that it's still an issue, and that I think they're trying to leverage what they can to get more U.S. support in terms of augmenting Korean defense capabilities if troop reductions are in the cards. Fifth, I think there was clearly alignment on North Korea. Both of them seem to say denuclearization is the goal, but it's not practical now given the size of the arsenal, and that we should try to engage to freeze the capabilities to stop them where they are now rather than allowing them to continue to grow. I think on several occasions President Lee said North Korea at this pace is building 20 new nuclear weapons a year, so he talked about trying to halt the progress. I heard Dr. Hamry's comments earlier, and I would agree with them. I think neither side said it, but I think both of them were effectively making an argument for threat reduction and arms control, even though it would still be under the moniker of denuclearization. Fifth, sixth, I've lost count. Even on China, there seemed to be alignment. The Korean side, I think privately said, it's really not a choice between the United States and China, or it's not even economics with China and security with the United States. My sense was that the Korean side was saying, basically, it cannot help but be the United States for Korea. In other words, it's not really a choice. In the end, it's always the United States. And there was even some empathy, I think, on the Korean side to the U.S. altering capabilities in the region to deal with other contingencies in Asia, like Taiwan or South China Sea, as long as the U.S. helps to keep South Korea strong enough for deterring the threat from North Korea. Now let me just move on to what I saw on the economic issues. And I'm sorry, because as has already been said, as the ambassador said, we don't have a written statement, so it's really hard to analyze, but let me just make a couple of points here. The first is on shipbuilding. As has been said, there is a clear, what is it, $150 billion commitment. There are a lot of questions about the details. I think the details still need to be worked out, but I think conceptually, what I heard President Lee say was that, there are basically three options. The first is that South Korea buys U.S. shipyards and builds U.S. ships. The second is that South Korea makes ships and brings them to the United States. Both of these obviously would require some legislative waivers of some sort. Or the third, absent a waiver, would be that South Korea would build the components of ships that would then be assembled in U.S. shipyards. So, at least for me, that was very clarifying. Maybe I just wasn't following this closely enough. But to me, that was very clarifying. Obviously, there's a lot of details that need to be worked out, but that kind of gave a sense of sort of at least how I saw them thinking about this. And then on more broadly on the economic issues, the tariff issues, the investment issues, I actually sensed that this is where the difficulties were. And maybe that's why they were not talked about as much in the Oval Office meeting or coming out of the meetings. I sense that there were still some difficult details to iron out on trade, on tariffs, on investment issues. The big numbers have been set, but the details have to be hammered out between Commerce, USTR, and their Korean counterparts. I'm not sure which of these issues are causing the biggest difficulties, but as we saw, Foreign Minister Cho did not go to Japan and came directly to the United States. That was a sign, I think, that the negotiations were very difficult. But they could be on this whole question of profit sharing, right, which Secretary Lutnick said would be 90% U.S., 10% Korea. It could be on the terms of investment in U.S. firms, it could be on other related areas like there was some discussion of sort of the 1-2-3 agreement or redoing the 1-2-3 agreement. Finally, aside from the tweet about the church raids, to me the other unexpected thing was Trump's statements in the Oval Office press availability about leasing land versus owning land on the massive U.S. So the Oval Office press availability on the difference between, quote, leasing land, close quote, versus, quote, owning land, close quote, on the, quote, massive military base that the United States paid for. I got many questions from journalists about what he was referring to. He also referred to the big fort, in quotation marks, the big fort, F-O-R-T, which everybody now assumes to mean Camp Humphreys. Again, he has the details wrong, but that may be a pitch on the U.S. side about one of the ways of dealing with the cost sharing, the increase in cost sharing that the president wants Korea to do in terms of host nation support or SMA, Special Measures Agreement. But I feel like, we had the chance to see the Korean delegation at the speech at CSIS after the White House meeting, after the CEO roundtable, and some of us got to join him for a private dinner afterwards. And I felt by the end of the evening that President Lee and his people seemed quite happy with the day. They were I think they felt like for a first meeting when there's such unpredictability in these Oval Office meetings, that overall they were pretty happy with the day. And of course tomorrow, or it's actually today, in DC, they will go to Arlington Cemetery in the morning and then go to Philly Shipyard, again to feature the shipbuilding part of this relationship. So with that, I may have repeated some of the things that President Hamry already said, but those were my observations, and I look forward to the discussion. Back to you, Chairman.
오케이, 빅터, 매우 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Victor. So what Victor shared is not just relevant for our session, but I think that he made broad comments relating to the summit, and I think that it proved helpful to all the participants here today. So all went well, and tariffs and also investment terms and conditions, and also non-tariff barriers. So economy and also trade related issues have not yet been covered in detail in the summit, and the speculation is that there perhaps would happen some difficulties, and I think that that is the sentiment shared by many of you here today. Next, I'd like to go to Professor Choi Byung-il. I would like to ask what the impression you had with regard to the summit, especially the business leaders. I think that they had a lot of expectations from the summit, and not much was actually shared afterwards. So can you comment? Yes. First of all, I would like to thank Chairman Hong Seok-hyun of JoongAng for giving me this opportunity. So prior to coming to this event, we thought that there probably will be three top agenda items: tariff, USFK, and also industrial collaboration. And we had trade minister, we had multi minister visiting the U.S. Early on to prepare for the summit. And there are some patterns to negotiations of Mr. Trump. They get out what they want from the counterparty, and with regard to Korea and EU, that will be investment, fund commitments, and also energy purchases, and then try to buy down, as Mr. Trump calls it. So they start off with 25% and then lower that to 15%. And according to Mr. Trump, other than reciprocal tariff, no concessions were to be made from the U.S. side on the sectoral tariffs. However, Japan actually got it down to 15%. But then in Korea, we had numerous meetings, and you never know if the deal is actually signed when you're sitting down with Mr. Trump. If Mr. Trump says you have a deal, then you know that you have a deal. So for Japan and the EU, they called it deal. And then the next day, the White House spec sheet was uploaded on the website. And Korea, we have yet to have one. I checked it today. There is no fact sheet. And for Japan and the EU, as Mr. Choi mentioned, they, after a month-long discussions, they now have a framework agreement, and that agreement is to flesh out the details of the agreements. So it's basically an agreement. But if you think about Korea, from a deal, we are in the process of moving from a deal to having a framework agreement. And what Washington was expecting was to have some concrete ideas on the tariffs. So we have the reciprocal tariff rate of 15%. It's already in place. And from Korea's point of view, two things are important: sectoral tariff for auto. So we have the commitment from the U.S. to lower that to 15% from 25%, but that has yet to come into effect. And this is a lot of uncertainties from the company's point of view. And then we also have future sectoral tariff rates. Now, Mr. Trump's tariff policy is evolving constantly, and for semiconductors and also pharmaceuticals, we can have tariffs. And aluminum derivatives, all of a sudden Mr. Trump decided to impose tariffs. And he also talked about imposing tariffs on furniture. So you never know what's going to happen in the future. But Mr. Trump is not just having discussions with Korea, but with all other world. And he is talking about future potential tariffs. So I think that for future tariffs, we need to guarantee two things. First of all, we have to have non-unfavorable tariffs compared to other peers. And second of all, core FTA, something that has to be kept. So lower reciprocal tariffs, and also drafting the framework agreement, and also after that, all of a sudden, I think that we need to bring up the core US FTA, just like US FTA was made after amending NAFTA. We have to do the same thing. So how did we come about this outcome? So we have to make some speculations and guesswork. So we have the trade minister, we have multi-minister visiting the U.S., and also we have discussions with the Oval Office. The fact that these prove is that the discussion is still ongoing, and President Lee still is in the U.S. The summit meeting is not over completely, so till he departs the U.S., I think that the working level discussions could continue. So when you think about it, whenever there is a summit meeting at Cheongwade, the presidential office, the security officer, or the economic aide would debrief. However, in our case, we had a spokesperson doing that. So what this means is that there is nothing concrete that they can share with the market. I looked at KOSPI and KOSDAQ, and the stock prices are not that high. So with regard to the sectoral tariff on auto, the exact date, and also future assurances, and also investment fund related interpretation issues and differences, there are still some uncertainties, and I think that that is the reason why the stock market is responding as such. So the first round is over. However, the second round is still continuing on. So what's going to happen in the future? Well, late November, we have APEC summit here in Korea, and I I think that Mr. Trump probably will be visiting Korea for that, and probably we can use that as an occasion to continue with our discussion. So, Professor Choi, as I listened to your comment, you mentioned how the spokesperson actually made the briefing, and that means that they're not ready to share the technical aspects. And we have a policy advisor, the security advisor in the U.S., and the fact that they did not debrief means that when it comes to trade and tariffs, still it's work in progress and nothing concrete has been decided yet. So we have to wait and see when this is going to be completely concluded. But during the stay of President Lee, we have to see what's going to happen, and it could take some more time. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Adam Farr. Again, he is a senior geo-economics analyst for the Asia Pacific at Bloomberg Economics. My question is this. So during the summit meeting, trade and economic elements, if there were any, can you talk about those? And my question is, they had trade talks with Japan and also trade talks with Korea. So can you compare the two and explain what you think about that to Koreans and what sort of implications you believe it will have? Adam? Mr. Adam?
Thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure to be there. As Victor said, it's a shame that we're not able to be there in person this year, but the timing of the summit certainly created some exigent circumstances, and it was a real pleasure to be able to attend at CSIS today and actually hear President Lee Jae-myung speak and share his thoughts following the summit, particularly given the fact that, as my colleagues have now stated, we have not received the normal readout of a summit that we would expect. We have not seen the joint statement. We have not seen, further off the record or background conversations that usually follow to provide details of that discussion. So to start with, I do think it's relevant to make clear that this summit clearly was focused, on two core issues: trade and this broader question of defense cost sharing. And, as we've already discussed, we don't have strong details on either, but we do have inklings of some information. Both President Trump, following the end of the summit, and President Lee Jae-myung both intimated that there had been broad discussions about the trade agreement and potentially further negotiations. President Trump saying that Korea had pushed hard. I think one of our colleagues here had already stated that this may have been related to trying to lower the auto tariff rate further to better align and take into account the FTA that was in existence and bring that down to 12.5% rather than the 15%, so that Korea would maintain an advantage under the FTA. In addition, one other area, looking back to the first Trump term, is potentially a push on a return of a tariff rate quota on steel imports to the United States, or exports from Korea, that had been in effect and was forced upon Korea in a renegotiation, of course, the first time. But as of right now, and certainly looking at what President Trump said, it doesn't seem like there was much progress on either, with Trump saying that the deal is the deal. But again, we haven't seen that in writing. I think it is a fair assessment that those conversations are still going on, and we'll have to wait and see where that's going. Now, to this question of kind of where we are in the story, I want to share some of the analysis that we've done at Bloomberg on the impact of these tariff rates if they do go into effect, both looking at South Korea and to Japan. I think we're working on this often, trying to understand what the overall impact is to these economies and to the exports that drive a lot of GDP in both countries. Before I go there, though, I do want to just highlight that when we're looking at this broader trade negotiation and trade discussion that Trump has laid out since he returned to office, what we've seen with these trade deals is not an improvement of access to markets or a lowering of trade barriers, but in fact a raising. And while I think many people are cognizant of that, what we really are seeing is the erection of a strong and high tariff wall around the United States that will have broad impacts on both the U.S. and global economy. So as we turn to South Korea specifically, the trade deal, we've seen did bring South Korea to an average effective tariff rate under the average that the United States now has for all countries, which is about 15.2%. Korea now sits at 14.4%. And that is certainly better than it could have been if the rate was set at 25% as threatened originally, but it is a lot higher than what we saw in 2024 that, thanks to the KORUS FTA, was closer to 0% on most goods. Now, despite getting that deal, that still puts over 26% of Korean exports, or potentially, based on 2024 data, up to $35 billion of exports at risk. And we expect that potentially to decline depending on where these deals land in the end, and some broader questions of where other partners and trading partners, and particularly China. And even with the primary focus of the trade negotiations to some extent, which was lowering that tariff rate on autos, we're expecting severe declines in those exports as well, with exports of cars and auto parts declining by over 20% and 31% respectively. All of this, sets us up for the potential for about a 1% GDP drop over in the medium term, which obviously can have a major impact on Korea's economic fortunes moving forward. Now, as we look at Japan, we saw a similar trade agreement, landing reciprocal rates at 15% and sectoral rates, at least on autos, and at 15%. Now, the difference here being, the big difference here being the KORUS FTA. While Korea's reciprocal rate does sit at 15%, Japan sits at 15% plus most favored nation tariff, which is 2.5%. So that leaves Japan in a slightly less advantageous position. However, and all of that puts Japan in a pretty tough position, with 25% of its exports at risk, and a potential impact on its economy in the medium term of half a percentage point, all of which does not bode well for a struggling economy in the region. Now, as we think about how we got here, I think it's relevant to go back to just after April 2nd and think about how Korea and Japan were positioned to negotiate on these deals, and then and where we ended up in the end. Because in the end, we ended up with deals that were fairly similar, and moreover, that in some ways allowed South Korea to build off of Japan's earlier deal, and in some ways get a better one. Japan emerged, as folks will remember, shortly after April 2nd, as one of the key and kind of front runners of a potential tariff negotiation with the United States. They engaged early and often with Prime Minister Ishiba, having multiple phone calls with President Trump, his trade advisor out in DC on a regular basis, engaging with across the board in DC, trying to kind of map out a deal. But in retrospect, what has become very clear is that Japan approached the agreement and its negotiations from a traditional perspective, a traditional approach to trade, and thinking of the Trump administration in a more orthodox and normal mode. And that proved to be relatively ineffective. And so despite that strong, positive messaging from both the Trump administration and Ishiba's team in Tokyo, we did not see much progress. And in fact, despite their strong positive signs and belief that they were going to be able to lower tariffs below, even 10%, approaching 0%, we saw signs, as early or as late as May and into June that Japan was not positioned for a deal at all. But what it really took was Japan recognizing that this was not a normal negotiation. This was not a traditional negotiation, and pivoting away from the direct engagement primarily with USTR and Ambassador Greer to focus on those who were closer to President Trump, and in particular, the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. And in addition to that, it was about moving beyond the traditional portions or factors in a trade negotiation and getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that meant pursuing potential options that were never on the table before. And in particular, what I'm talking about here is this innovative, or as you might say, unusual investment mechanism that placed hundreds of billions of dollars, eventually 550 billion Japanese dollars, theoretically, in a U.S.-controlled investment fund for critical sectors. And the last part of this is Japan did seem to recognize that Trump was the one that was going to close the deal, and left themselves some room or space to amplify their offer when in the room with Trump. And that did, as we all are tracking and saw on those great photos, saw Trump personally raise that final rate of investment from $400 billion to over $550 billion. But that did allow Japan to protect some domestically politically sensitive issues, particularly the import of rice. While increasing U.S. imports, they didn't change their agricultural sector. And so I think with all of that, what we see is that those who were flexible, those who understood the game had changed, were far more effective. Now, this kind of brings us to the question of how Korea played. And as many in the room know, because of the impeachment of President Yoon and the transitional government that was in place, South Korea was seen as very behind in these negotiations. And yet, based on the active engagement and forward-leaning nature of President Lee Jae-myung's team once they came into office, and to some extent the benefits of building off of how the trade agreement with Japan landed and how the Trump administration was thinking about the two countries, rightly or wrongly, both Korea and Japan were grouped together by many senior Trump administration officials. And so that allowed Korea to push through, and despite coming very late to the negotiating table, potentially 4 to 5 months, and land a deal that really did look as good or at least competitive with Japan, despite obviously these very real costs that we just discussed earlier. So all that said, I do want to stress, and I'm sure we'll get to it later, that we don't know where this is going to end. Even if this deal is signed, even if we see the text in hours or days from now, that doesn't mean the negotiations are over. And I think there are real concerns, and should be concerns in Seoul, that if other issues do not get resolved, particularly on cost sharing and on defense, they may percolate into the trade side, and we may see Trump return to his favorite tool of tariffs. Thank you. Looking forward to the discussion.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And then also comparison with the Japanese case. Right, so Japan also gave it its hard work and also really worked at it for a long time, but appears to have come away with little. But now in the case of Korea, industrial cooperation, investment, and also for Korea to be a good partner in the industrial revitalization of the U.S. So after saying all this to Trump, but still, for example, non-tariff barrier issue and also investment. So in these arenas, it appears as if President Trump is not likely to give any more concessions. So that appears to be the prevailing view at this time. So now, last but not least, let me go to Dean Lee Jae-min. So again, about your observations, and also as the Chorus FTA partner, so we have also had negotiated it for a long time, but also we had kept it for 13 years. So we are a high-level FTA partner to the U.S., but still, in the negotiations, it seems like little consideration was given to the status. Of course, we cannot say what is right or what is wrong with Trump because President Trump does what he wants. Anyway, so your take on this current situation, and also it was mentioned earlier that the tariff, perhaps, it has been undercut, but still, the rest of chorus still remains. So then how are we going to maintain this? How are we going to keep using this and also convince the U.S. to keep following this? Yes, thank you very much for the question, and it's an honor for me to be here at this time at such an important juncture in the U.S.-Korea relations. So now, of course, the other panelists have also mentioned this, but then I would say that, yes, the summit this time has been relatively successful, but still, in some important areas, there are questions remaining, especially in the economic front. Uncertainties still remain, which is still a risk. Now, first of all, I believe that the first round was July 30th, and then the second round was this summit, and then the third round will follow. And I believe that it is only after the third round that we will be able to resolve the trade or the tariff issue. So we should not be impatient. Of course, it could be frustrating, but still, yes, we drew the rough picture. We drew the outline on July 30th, and it's only been 20 days from then. So in that time, the investment or the sectoral tariff and also the reciprocal tariffs, I believe that it would have been logistically impossible to determine everything in all these categories. But then, so what is the US thinking? What is Korea's thinking? And how can they come to some kind of middle ground? So we have confirmed that. So then, yes, so we have gone through 2 rounds, and then perhaps at least before the upcoming APEC, there is going to be a 3rd round, and then whatever the conclusion, then they now have to be in a written form. So we need to have a written agreement for the 2 sides to really put to more clarity what has been agreed on. And then one of them could be chorus. And yes, in the past 7 months, surprisingly little was said about chorus. So the U.S. not mentioning it, perhaps, I mean, that's not surprising. But then even from Korea, no mention of chorus. And of course, the auto tariff, 2.5% difference, and now we lost the competitive advantage. So it was only then that we would remind ourselves of the chorus. But still, other than that, no mention of chorus at all. So again, we need to now rethink the chorus. So then, actually, tariff was the key part of chorus, and now it has been neutralized or changed quite a lot. Then the chorus. Then does this mean that the remaining part, aside from tariff, is it still effective? So I would tend to think that so. Then the question is, how can we keep running this? And of course, the chorus FTA. Now, legally speaking, it is in effect, but again, the key part is now neutralized. So it is there, but it's not there. So it is effective, but not effective. So it is standing somewhere in between. So then let's say after the 3rd round, if things come to better clarity between the 2, then what we really need to also finalize is about chorus. What has been the cornerstone of our relations in the past 13 years. So what are we going to do? And also about the tariff measures. Are they temporary measures, or are they like semi-perpetual measures? So we also need to clarify those questions as well. And that is because what is needed for the businessmen. So for the businesses, what they dislike the most is uncertainty. So then in order to eliminate the uncertainty, then of course the tariffs and so forth, and also chorus. So we also need to resolve the questions about chorus for us to rethink a system between the 2 countries. So yes, but it's been a start, and so there's a start now, and of course we still have a long way to go, but for the remaining time, for the 2 countries to negotiate them further, come find the answers to these questions. And if the chorus were to no longer work, then we need to find a new mechanism to keep stabilizing the trading relations between the 2 countries. But if we are to maintain chorus, then within this chorus framework, how are we now going to understand or work with the tariff at this level today? All right, thank you very much.
Yes, we heard views from the 5 panelists regarding the summit meeting today. Because we don't have anything concrete to comment on, I think that there were some abstract comments made, but thank you very much anyways. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Victor Cha again and ask a question.
So then the reciprocal tariffs with so many different countries have been negotiated, and now some countries that cannot negotiate, so putting them aside, it seems as if there are some conflicts with India and President Trump. And then also another point of interest is the U.S.-China negotiations. So it took place in Stockholm and somewhere else, and then now it has been pushed back. But if it is going to be possible, then what kind of package are they envisioning? So I wonder if Mr. Victor Cha, you have any idea about the kind of package between the U.S. and China that is being envisioned? Now, one thing that we can remember is the 2019, the Phase 1 deal between China and President Trump. So China would make big purchases from the US, like commodities or services, energy. So China would be making these purchases from the US, and then, so that was part of the deal. But then COVID struck, and that didn't really follow through. But now, is this what President Trump is after this time again? And if yes, then running down the deficit between the US and China. So if that is the end goal, then the unfair trading practices by China, so for example, subsidies or creating overcapacity, oversupply, and pretty much dumping their products into the global markets. So in other words, these unfair trade practices by China, so then they wouldn't be effective in disciplining China regarding their unfair trading practices. So I'm just wondering how the negotiation is going to unfold between the two countries, between the US and China. I know it's not an easy question, but please, Victor Cha.
Thank you. You're right. It's not an easy question, and my guess is as good as anybody else's guess. But I think one of the things that we learned about Donald Trump in his first term in office, and Adam could speak to this better than I, but I think that has continued in his second term in office, is that one of the things that bothers Trump the most about the trade relationship with China is the massive merchandise trade surplus that China runs with the United States. So there are many other people probably in the room and economists who say that's not the best indicator of the health of an economic relationship or a trading relationship between two countries. You need to take account of investment and all these other things. But for whatever reason, Trump's belief system was formed at a time where allies like Japan and Korea were running, and Germany were running trade surpluses with the United States, and he just saw that as being unfair. He saw it as the United States as a victim, and he saw that the best way to rectify the situation was through tariffs. And I think that view holds with regard to China too. So yes, I think big purchases, big flashy purchases by China, which they may or may not fulfill in the end, could be part of another Phase 1 agreement. The other thing that I think really bothers Trump a lot is the third country. So Chinese goods that are passed through third countries and recorded as exports to the United States from those third countries. That is something I think Trump also wants to crack down on. And there was a period of time where I thought the third aspect driving his view on China and any sort of trade agreement was the continuity of focus on economic security issues and export controls. With Donald Trump, it's something that seems to be the case up until it's not the case anymore. And very clearly the turnaround on H20 chips was not anything that anybody could have predicted. But at the same time, even after it's happened, many people say, well, I'm not really surprised by that because Trump is very transactional, and someone made a strong argument to him. Jensen Huang and others made a strong argument to him, and so he just shifted his position. I know this sort of thing is not comforting to allies and partners because they've just been through 4 years of Biden, where the effort was on trying to bring allies together to maintain export controls against China, and Trump is not walking away from that in every instance, but certainly in this particular instance he is. So I think that's kind of one way of looking at what a potential trade deal looks like. I believe that there may be other things where Trump changes his mind on China. On others, but the ones I think that won't change will be sort of his view on the merchandise trade surplus and also his view on third countries, China passing goods through third countries. So let me stop there. And the final thing I'll say is that, in that sense, I think, as I've said before in this forum, in that sense, I think Trump is actually strategically quite predictable, but he's tactically quite unpredictable. And so I don't think his view on trade surpluses and trying to rebalance those with regard to any sort of China agreement, I don't think that's going to change. But tactically, how he does it, what sort of agreements he opens himself up to that the Chinese may take advantage of, that is unpredictable. And so it could be a straight sort of, continue to tariff China until they cry uncle and are willing to reduce tariff barriers and help to get rid of the merchandise trade surplus. Or it could be, Trump taking different positions on things like H-20 chips, but being very consistent on this particular issue. That's a mixed package for allies and partners. Because I think what everybody wants in the end, whether it's 15% or 12.5% or whatever the deal that is reached in China, what allies and partners are looking for is just consistency, something that they can bet on and count on for a year, 2 years, 3 years, rather than this very sort of daily, every day it's like it's rolling the dice. You don't know what you're going to get. Over.
Okay, thank you, Victor. 최석영 대장님, 아까
Ambassador Choi Seok-young, I think that you mentioned earlier that there are some homework to do going forward. So practically speaking, President Lee and his trade negotiation team is going to return. And we have a lot of interest in the topic, and I think that they will be getting a lot of questions from elsewhere. And you can say that there is a big gap, but how do you think that the Korean government explained to this?
Well, I believe that after the negotiation is over, then once we have the negotiated framework, then it would have to go to the National Assembly. It also has to go to the public. But then, as I mentioned earlier, the U.S. and EU negotiation was concluded in July, and then now there were just a 2-page summary on the website, White House website, and then now more details came out as a joint statement in a month's time. But that joint statement itself was not final. So in the joint statement, when you look at the title of the joint statement, then it says it is on the framework to finalize a more specific trade deal at a later date. So that means that we still have a long way to go. So then after the U.S.-Korea summit, then of course tariffs and investment areas of keen interest for us. So after the president comes back, then wherever there are disagreements between the two countries, then we would have to more specifically clarify. And during the summit, it was mentioned that tariff and trade deals would stand, meaning that the disagreements among the two countries would remain, but they will try to ease away the ambiguity.
Professor Choi, my next question goes to you. So trade deals and trade negotiations were done with Japan and other countries, and what we say is that we are FTA partner with the U.S. and the conditions may not always be favorable, but aside from investment fund, boosting the manufacturing sector, which is Mr. Trump's policy, we can say that our Korean businesses can also enjoy and share the pie. Is that the case? Well, I think that there can be both opportunities and risks. If you think about the current economic potential, if it is not down to 1% range, then I think that making investment commitments in the U.S. and also in order to evade bullets from the U.S., are trying to work with the U.S. To boost our manufacturing industries, and for that reason, we're trying to make investments in the U.S. and we will be. In order to avoid tariffs, we also would have to take parts and component suppliers. So high tariff rates, if it's maintained for 3-4 years, and as many experts point out, the tariffs will not go down that easily. Then, from business' point of view, increasing investments in the U.S. is the only way they can make money. However, if you look at Korean economy, it's growing at only 1% range, and if it rebounds and grows by 2%, most of our growth actually comes from trade. And in the past, trade was all about exporting and importing, but today, I think that the paradigm has shifted to making investments. And if that is the case, our manufacturing industry, we also have to think about revitalizing the local ecosystem and making AI industry and also robotics. That is important, but not enough. So I think that semiconductors, battery, the manufacturing capabilities of Korea, we have also R&D capabilities, and we have to secure that and also make investments in the U.S. To make it sustainable. And if not, I think that it will only end as a one-off investment in the U.S. So again, I think that in that sense, it is both opportunity and a risk. My next question goes to Mr. Adam. So I understand that as we exchanged emails, you mentioned how Mr. Trump has caused a lot of controversies over the years, and also all of a sudden he announces reciprocal tariff and brings allies to the negotiation table to have a deal and in order to get what U.S. wants. But I think that we have had our ups and downs, and we thought that after reciprocal tariff deal, we thought that there won't be any more tariff issues to discuss. And after all is done, we thought that the U.S.-led trade environment would have greater certainties or eliminate uncertainties. But you never know. Mr. Trump may have a different idea, and maybe he could raise another trade-related issues in the future. So, Mr. Adam Farr, any comments regarding this?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. As I alluded to earlier, I think we have to be very careful in thinking that these trade agreements mark the end of tariff uncertainty. First off, as has been discussed at length already, we don't have agreements yet. So certainly the tariff rates for every country that's in negotiation are still up for negotiation and could change, most likely for the worse, although it is possible that they could be for the better. What I do want to highlight, though, are a few things, three primary issues that I think we need to keep our heads focused on. One is that sectoral tariffs are not done. President Trump, in addition to these wide-ranging reciprocal tariffs, is also embarked on an unprecedented effort to tariff individual sector-specific goods. And while some are notably in place and at pretty high rates, including steel and aluminum, we are still waiting on incredibly impactful rates on semiconductors and pharma. For those, as we know, Korea and potentially Japan have no worse than language in their deals, supposedly, that they would not face rates worse than anyone else in the world. But that doesn't mean that rate couldn't be quite high. And given the exposure of these advanced economies to semiconductors, both the raw semiconductor itself and goods with semiconductors, there are lots of questions of what impact that could have. But not only is there, those more traditional sectors that have been looked at. We just had last week the designation of furniture for a potential sectoral tariff, which could significantly impact some of the flows of trade through Southeast Asia. And then we also have changes to current sectoral tariffs, such as steel and aluminum, with the addition of hundreds of new categories of goods, including motorcycles, which will have an impact on many exporters in the region, including Korea, and that we're still trying to work through the impacts of. The second point is the ongoing legal uncertainty in the United States about the future, particularly of these reciprocal tariffs, given that the president used an authority under something called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA, to impose those tariffs. And there's increasing understanding from the courts that he may have exceeded his authority. And so there's a potential within the next several months to see these tariffs undone. And that has multiple implications. The first is that the US government would actually have to refund the tariffs that have been brought in. And the second is that the Trump administration has made clear that they would seek to reimpose these tariffs via other mechanisms. And there are a variety of other authorities that they could use, many of which have never been tested legally before. And so while we are confident that they would put back in place a regime similar to what is there now, these other authorities come with different requirements and have less flexibility. So there will be massive increases in uncertainty as we work through that process over weeks and likely months as they go through. And the last point is the one that I alluded to earlier, is simply put, Trump likes tariffs. Trump sees the world and its problems through an economic and commercial lens, and his first approach is to reach for tariffs to solve any number of issues, from actual trade problems to influencing domestic politics in Brazil, or trying to pressure Moscow through secondary tariffs on a third party, in this case, India. So I think we have to be very careful to assume that finalizing any of these trade deals makes us any less likely to see more tariffs.
고맙습니다. 이재명 교수.
Thank you very much. And now, Professor Lee. So, yes, Mr. Era Ferrar mentioned some of the legal challenges. So, for example, Provision 232 and also reciprocal tariffs might be legally, not legally feasible. So then there were some legal challenges, and also the government appealed the decision. So can you also add a bit more? Right. So the reciprocal tariffs. So we discussed them, and also we worried about them, only thinking about as bilateral issues. But then now, yes, domestically it is also an issue. So some legal procedures are in place. So for example, at the end of the year, so the Federal Trade Court mentioned that it is actually against the IEEPA. And then also in Washington, D.C., so the Federal Circuit Court also mentioned that in a different reason, it is against the U.S. law. So then, yes, and then the U.S. government appealed the decisions. So one is in the Federal Circuit, and the second case is in the D.C. Circuit, which is another Federal Circuit Court. So now it is pending in each court. So in September or at the latest October, some decision will come from the Circuit Court. But again, it is not going to be the end. So whoever wins, if it is appealed all the way to the Federal Supreme Court, then it is going to be first half of next year, so early part of next year at the earliest. So of course, we don't know what decision is going to be made from the courts. But then now, yes, if the Supreme Court also decides that if the reciprocal tariff is against the U.S. domestic law, then what we're discussing now, then there would be a lot of changes to what we're discussing now. There would be completely new developments. But at this time, it is hard to foresee what the decision is going to be. But then now, based on my personal view, the U.S. federal courts, so for example, in similar cases like militarily or also war-related, or also the executive decision-making and also decisions about other countries. So then, of course, there were some controversies, but then now, in the end, the courts tended to be on the side of the president's discretion. So I believe that, again, for these cases, it is difficult to predict what the decision is going to be, but looking at the trend in the Supreme Court decisions and also the federal court's decisions, then if the argument from both sides are ambiguous, then perhaps they might side with the federal government. But again, I mean, there is no way of telling. All right, thank you very much. So the time given to us is almost coming to an end, so only about 22 seconds left. So now I would like to bring this session to a close. So of course, the issue, so what kind of impact it is going to have on the Korean economy, and also at least we should not come away with terms and conditions that are disadvantageous to the other countries. But now, when we look at the changes in the trading environment today, then of course in the past, the globalization and also the resource allocation efficiency, for example, in other words, by broadening trade and also striking FTA. So that was in the past, and this is now completely different. What it means is that now our businesses going out of the country, it's a bad thing. Our jobs are being taken away. And importing from other countries is not good, and let's all develop things inside the country. So if that is going to be the trade environment now, then the implications for Korea are going to be enormous because Korea grew on export, and we must keep doing it to become a developed country. So that would place Korea in a very tough situation. And also for Korean businesses now, not just in the US, but if they go to other countries, then they make their profits there and bring part of that back to Korea for R&D, develop talent. So that is what part of the profit should be used for. But again, the US business environment and also looking at the Korean business environment. So if we are to compare the two objectively, then many of the businesses might think that, well, I mean, US is not perfect, but I would still prefer the US. If that is how they think, then again, it really does not bode well for Korea's future. But so today we discussed a lot about the tariff and also the summit between the two countries. But then for trade, what we really need to worry about is what should be the strategy for Korea on our own. So that is a serious challenge for us, and I do believe that this will also be a big challenge for the Lee Jae-myung government as well. So with that, let us conclude this session. So once again, I would also like to thank the JoongAng and CSIS for this excellent opportunity. Thank you very much for the chance, and also to President Victor Cha and also to Mr. Adam Farrar. Thank you very much for your participation until into the late hours. So with that, let us conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was session number 2, Reciprocal Tariffs and Trade Rebalancing. Why don't we give another round of big hand to our moderator and also 5 panelists. Thank you very much once again. So this brings us to the end of session number 2. We're going to break for 15 minutes. And after the break, we're going to reconvene for session number 3. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin the last and session 3 of the 2025 the JoongAng CSIS Forum under the theme of Trump and Kim Renewed Summit Diplomacy. So now let me hand over to the moderator, Professor Yoon Young-kwan.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Yoon Young-kwan. In this JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025, I think the forum carries a special meaning more than anything else. It coincided with Korea-US Summit, and I think that we are fortunate to have this live and lively discussions regarding the topic. With regard to the summit meeting, many important comments were made, and some key takeaways or the key topics include Trump-Kim discussions. I think that compared to our prior expectations, a lot were actually spared for U.S.-North Korea relations. So in order to discuss some important issues related to North Korea-U.S. relations, we have invited over 4 panel discussants. They are experts in their respective fields, and to my right, we have Mr. Sidney Seiler. When it comes to the U.S. diplomacy, he has handled North Korean affairs for a long period of time. And next to him, we have Mr. Timothy Martin. He is Korea Bureau Chief of the Wall Street Journal. And with regard to Korea-U.S. relations, he has a lot of insights to share with us. And to my left, we have Mr. Ambassador Shin Jung-seung, Chairman of Korea-China Association for Cultural Exchange, and also former ambassador to China. And to his right, we have Mr. Lee Ha-kyung, editor-at-large at 중앙일보. Starting this morning, I think through media reports and also TV broadcasts, we all learned that Mr. President Lee and Trump showed a lot of interest in resuming talks with North Korea, and a lot of comments were made to that end. President Lee Jae-myung suggested to Mr. Trump that he be a peacemaker for the Korean Peninsula, and Mr. Trump also said that he wishes to visit Pyongyang within the year. So we were able to see some strong willingness coming from Mr. Trump. But the topic that we would like to discuss today is slightly different. So, can a U.S.-North Korea meeting materialize? I asked this question because back in 2018, also 2019, during Trump administration, first administration, there were some talks. And the conditions we had back then and the international landscape that we have today is very different compared to 2018 and 2019. The bargaining position of North Korea, or the negotiating power of North Korea, is much more powerful. And over the years, North Korea built its nuclear arsenal, and it is known that it now has 50 or so nuclear arsenals, and it has alliance with Russia, and that also puts North Korea in a favorable position. And North Korea also developed many cutting-edge weaponaries, and received a lot of support from Russia, and ended up developing many different weapon systems. And President Trump, if you think about it, expressed strong hopes. Of course, there can be some conditions, but we have Ukraine-Russian war still ongoing, and also Gaza issue is still ongoing, and from the U.S. point of view, in order to ensure security, denuclearization is very important. And if and when President Trump becomes a peacemaker for the Korean Peninsula, I think that this is something that Mr. Trump aspires to become. So I would like to ask my first question to Mr. Sidney Seiler. So what are your thoughts? Do you think that North Korea, Mr. Trump, and the U.S. talks can materialize? If so, when? Or what are the preconditions do you think has to be met for North Korea to come to the negotiation table? You have 3-4 minutes.
To emerge out of the six-party talks, what we're able to accomplish at the Leap Day understanding under the Obama administration in 2012, and then finally, what was accomplished over the 2018 to 2019 period. Each consecutive set of negotiations was marked by less and less possibility it would actually lead to denuclearization. And the strengthening of North Korea's position after, in particular, the Hanoi talks. Not that the Hanoi talks were definitive, but Kim Jong-un seemed to have been on a path he was seeking to achieve some type of recognition as a nuclear power in exchange for putting parts of the program on the table, get some type of sanctions relief, and then finally be able to sit at the table with the United States as two nuclear powers. When that did not materialize, we saw, somewhat influenced by COVID and the kind of the restriction and outside activities that the country underwent, but across the board, following the failure of Kim in Hanoi to secure what he wanted in terms of locking in his nuclear weapons status, a firmer hardline position towards diplomacy emerged. If you look at the wording of the Fifth Party plenum of the Seventh Party Congress that was held toward the end of 2019, it made clear that they don't care about aid, they don't want assistance, they don't need sanctions relief. They would go their own way and eventually emerge victorious in this struggle for a breakthrough from the current situation, suggesting a confidence that they had a muddling through strategy. And as countries would come to their senses and stop following the U.S. lead, stop seeking to talk about the nuclear issue, and pull sanctions out of the way as an obstacle to exchange and cooperation. 3 demands that were levied regularly on the Moon administration, which President Moon refused to respond to, but now a new pattern for interacting with the outside world. We'll talk with countries that are willing to respect our sovereignty. And in 2022, that aspiration was fulfilled with obviously what we've seen in terms of the development of relations between Moscow and Pyongyang and Vladimir Putin's tolerance of a nuclear North Korea, as Foreign Minister Lavrov stated a couple of weeks ago now, an understanding of why North Korea has pursued this nuclear program. So going forward, I would have to say Kim doesn't need to expand his relations in the near term beyond that which he currently enjoys with Russia. And he can proceed with a degree of confidence that he will achieve his goal of locking in his nuclear weapons status. It's really important, and let me just kind of close with this. When I hear terms like strategic patience, CVID as the enemy of, the perfect of CVID as the enemy of the good, arms control, I tend to ask whether people have fully thought through the fact that we have had multiple engagements with North Korea where we have laid down a path towards CVID that looks kind of arms control-ish, right? This is not rocket science. Declare your programs, halt them, disable, dismantle, abandon. It was a formula that we used in the six-party talks, and it's been the roadmap ever since. There's no way that you rearrange that in any way that makes it more likely that Kim would be receptive to moving forward in negotiations. Right now, and Kim Yo-jong has been more forceful in at least statements issued to her name of rejecting the overtures from South Korea. They have gone to a lot of effort over the past few years to firmly establish they're just simply not interested in normalization of relations with South Korea. A little bit softer on the United States, but I still don't think, given currently how Vladimir Putin is providing for Kim, his needs, his desires, materially, militarily, diplomatically, why he would rush to the table anything other than, a photo shoot at the DMZ type of meeting. That's the type of thing with President Trump, because he sees meeting as developing relations. And so I can't rule out that Donald Trump would come to a meeting with no agenda other than to get together with Kim Jong-un and get caught up on what's going on. But it's hard to believe any of that would be substantive in nature.
예, 어떤 구체적이고
All right, so some substantive and so any meeting with specific outcome taking place is highly questionable, it seems. Then
What do you think, Mr. Timothy Martin, with regard to the summit meeting? You heard the comments regarding Pyongyang, so share with us what your thoughts are.
Thank you. Great question, and it's an honor to be here. Unlike Sid, I've not actually been at the negotiating table for things like this. I've only seen it. But I think Sid raised a lot of great points. There is any amount of enthusiasm from both Seoul and Washington, as we saw, are overnight to re-engage with Kim Jong-un. And I think the question to ask, we can think a lot about, well, if the U.S. codes the message to North Korea like this, or if South Korea continues to dismantle loudspeakers or makes these overtures, I think the most important part of this calculus actually is what's Kim Jong-un's mood? What's North Korea's conditions? And that's some of the points that Sid brought up. And I completely agree with him that Vladimir Putin is able to give Kim Jong-un the types of things that South Korea, the US, Japan, others cannot. We've written a lot in the Wall Street Journal about the tremendous value that North Korea has been able to accrue from having its missiles used in the Ukraine war, getting this sort of real-time data, real-time knowledge from these missiles we've seen tested and launched many times, but hadn't actually seen work in reality. Now they're getting that type of feedback, and who knows what other types of lessons they're gaining from the troops dispatched to Russia. So I think on top of what Vladimir Putin can give North Korea has also done a better job itself in terms of really safeguarding itself against sanctions. It's almost sanctions-proof in a way, in that we've seen with Russia's assistance this dismantling of the UN panel of experts. So North Korea is able to engage in all types of malfeasance around the world. We've written about cryptocurrency heists and North Korean IT workers pretending to be Americans and cashing checks that way. So North Korea, in the era of sanctions, has just gotten creative, and somewhat unusually, they've just been in place so long. North Korea has been pushed into this corner. I've written a lot about this increased partnership we're seeing with the China, Russias, Iran, North Koreas of the world. And they're orchestrating with one another in many ways. So again, coming back to this question of if we're even going to talk about symmetry, a return to 2018, 2019, I think we have to, I think we have to acknowledge reality and sort of look at the leverage that North Korea has. Why would they come to the table? And I think actually, beyond sort of being able to observe this from afar, North Korea, at least publicly, has been quite defiant about not being interested in talks until the US and others sort of acknowledge them as a legitimate nuclear state, and that doesn't seem like it's coming anytime soon. So I think Pyongyang has left open the door a little bit in some of these comments from Kim Jong-un's sister. The regime mouthpiece Kim Yo-jong, she has said that, she did acknowledge the relationship between Kim, her brother, and Trump is not bad. So we've not seen any personal insults of Trump, which I think is very important if you're looking at state media, North Korean state media. But they don't seem particularly gung-ho. And again, I think if you look at the external factors, you look at how they're operating with their tight allies, there's not a compelling argument, per se, for them to push back to the table.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And then to Editor-at-Large, Lee Ha-kyung. So
you've been watching closely the developments. What's your impression of the summit, the U.S. and North Korea resuming the talks, the comments the two leaders made today? What's your thoughts on that? And do you think that North Korea will be genuinely interested in it? I know we just heard from Mr. Seiler and Martin, but what do you think? Yes, thank you. So as I watched the summit meeting between President Lee and President Trump, yes, it's too early to judge, but Mr. Trump did use the expression that he wants to sit down with Kim Jong-un within the year. And so if all goes well, then in 2 months, in late October, in the city of Gyeongju, we'll be holding APEC meeting, and something similar to what we had in the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics could happen. I'm cautiously optimistic, given the characteristics and personalities of Mr. Trump and the good chemistry that they had with Kim Jong-un. I think that something surprising could take place, just as the case in the past. And Pyongyang, Washington summit meeting is something that I'm personally welcome. I think that in order to build peace on the Korean Peninsula, this is something that is essential. But although we may have a summit meeting between the two leaders, I think there are some premises that we need to be mindful of. Number one is that we have to have security on the Korean Peninsula, and second, peace. I know that many Koreans are worried about it, but the meeting should not be an occasion where North Korea is acknowledged and recognized as a nuclear power. This will be a nightmare for the Korean people. So even if Pyongyang-Washington summit is held, denuclearization of North Korea is something that we South Koreans cannot give up on. And one fundamental question is this. North Korean issue has been a homework for many of us for an extended period of time. But then can we solve all the North Korean issues by focusing on denuclearization and nuclear issues? Including North Korea, we have other powerful countries surrounding the Korean Peninsula, and these countries may believe that keeping the status quo is sufficient without having any contingency. But as a South Korean, this is a dire issue, and we cannot let this continue on like this, and we need a fundamental solution. And in order to do so, instead of targeting North Korea's nuclear issue, we have to think about the end state that North Korea wants. It's a regime guarantee and having a prosperous country, so economic support. So regime guarantee and also economic development is something that we need to target, or else I don't think that we can fundamentally address North Korean issue. And of course, in order to do so, in order to address the nuclear issue and also help develop North Korean economy, I think that having diplomatic ties between the U.S. and North Korea is important. We've going back to the early 90s when the Cold War came to an end, South Korea in 1990 built diplomatic ties with Russia and China in 2 years later. And if North Korea at that time developed ties with Japan and also the US, then I think that North Korea would not have relied on the military first policy or focused on developing nuclear weapons. And of course, North Korea did make a lot of efforts in order to build diplomatic ties with the US and Japan, but it did not materialize into any concrete results. So what happened? A lot of Central European countries opened up, and China opened up, and Russia opened up, and they were able to introduce market economy. They were able to transform their regime, and some of the countries have become a normal state, abiding by international norms and rule of law. So it's very unfortunate for North Korea. And in January 1992, International Secretary Kim Yong-sun of North Korea visited the U.S. and met with Deputy Secretary of State Canther, and they had high-ranking talks, high-level talks. Well, we can talk more about that later on. So anyways, what I want to say is that since President Lee Jae-myung met with Mr. Trump, he mentioned how he wishes Mr. Trump would become a peacemaker and him a pacemaker. And President Trump welcomed the idea. And what's important here is that as they play such a role with regard to North Korea, they did use the expression that we achieved together something grand with regard to North Korea.
Right, so then the resumption of talks between the US and DPRK, so then from Korea's perspective, then what should be our understanding, and also what is the background leading to that. So thank you very much for the good explanation. And then now to Ambassador Shin. My question is, now the current situation, now thinking back to 2008, 2009, then in terms of the international politics, especially, I believe that things are different because at that time, DPRK and China, so the DPRK and China relations had been strong at the time, and also North Korea had been suffering from the economic sanctions. But today, North Korea is now quite close with Russia, receiving economic support and even striking an alliance as well. So then now we see that North and Russia relations have subtly changed. So having said that, then for China, then if the North and U.S. dialogue were to resume, then what would be China's position? Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, it is a great pleasure for me to be here at this prestigious forum, and let me thank Chairman Hong for the invitation. Now, yes, as was just mentioned, at the summit this time, the meeting between President Trump and Kim Jong-un was mentioned quite a lot, enhancing expectations and anticipation about their potential meeting. Despite that, as the two previous panelists have mentioned, now from China's perspective, now as Professor Yoon has mentioned, so 2018 Singapore and 2019 Hanoi, so of course things are different today. So the meeting taking place appears to be quite unlikely. And of course, as for the reasons, they have been mentioned several times, but then one thing is about North Korea. North Korea no longer feeling the need to have their sanctions lifted, mostly due to the closer relations with Russia. And second is North Korea's nuclear program and missile programs even have been far more advanced. And even in the constitution, even in their constitution, North Korea has now explicitly included their nuclear program. So then for them to change things now is much more difficult. One more thing is now in Hanoi, for Kim Jong-un, perhaps he might think that he was blindsided. In other words, perhaps his trust in President Trump had been hurt to a certain extent, and perhaps because of that, for Kim Jong-un, it might not likely to accept the offer this time. And also, as Kim Yo-jong has mentioned, unless North Korea's nuclear status is recognized, they will not engage in any dialogue. So then, from China's perspective, I believe that the prevailing view is that it's not likely that the meeting will take place. Having said all that, now if the dialogue with the U.S. were to resume, then what would be China's position? Now, to understand China's thinking regarding this, then we have to first understand China's basic position with regards to the North nuclear program. Now, China's basic position is that it has to be resolved peacefully. Second, on a step-by-step basis, and also China has been calling for double-track approach. So on one hand, about discussions on the nuclear program, at the same time, trying to build peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. The reason being, China, as an important party to the Korean Peninsula issues, they are saying that their interests have to be reflected in this process. And the third point that I would like to make is how we can allay the security concerns of North Korea. So it is those three principles, so to say. So if we are to consider such principles or the basic position of China, then now if those conditions are fulfilled, then I believe that the resumption of talks will be welcomed by China as well. And also, if in the course of the North-U.S. dialogue or discussions, if China is to be completely excluded, or if there are any discussions that would compromise China's interest, then of course China is going to resent that. But of course, in the U.S.-North discussions, so for example, to allay North's concerns, to perhaps to reduce the USFK or to reduce or scale down the joint military exercise. Now, if such the issues are discussed, and of course that's what China wants too, so China is not going to be against that. So yes, if the dialogue is to take place, then of course China will be keen to understand what kind of impact it will have on China. And depending on that, depending on their judgment, they would welcome or be opposed to it. All right, thank you very much. So for North Korea to come to the negotiating table or not, so on a personal basis, then what I believe is one factor to consider is about their leader, Kim Jong-un. So for Kim Jong-un's perspective, then for North Korea to be wholly reliant on the Chinese economy. So I tend to believe that that is not what Kim Jong-un wants. So far, thanks to relations improving with the U.S., North also benefited quite a lot economically. But if that were to come to an end, then again, for Kim Jong-un, now they might want to keep economic autonomy of their state. Then he might want to reshape the whole landscape again. Meaning that in such a case, then perhaps he might be more willing to engage with the U.S. That is another question that came up to my mind, but then we can come back to this question later on. So then now, then to the two panelists, my question is, now of course there are a number of negative factors for sure, but despite that, if the dialogue between North Korea and the U.S. were to resume, then the dialogue or the negotiation between the two countries, what kind of form or shape will it look like? So what will be the bargaining between the U.S. and North Korea look like if it were to resume? So for example, now let's say in this new or renewed talk, let's say President Trump, so let's say in 2018, 2019, so if President Trump utilizing the approach at that time, in other words, trade-off between partial sanctions and partial nuclear programs. So is it going to be this small deal continued? Or Chairman Kim, now he has no inkling of denuclearization at all, so then accepting that as a fact, then perhaps he will put that aside and then take a different approach. For example, improved relations or even end of war agreement even. So perhaps go for more of a big deal. So what do you think is going to be the approach?
I think it would be tempting to jump back into a time machine if you're the Trump administration and think we'll just pick up where we left off in 2019. But I think if you're North Korea, you'll say, oh, by the way, the last 6-7 years have occurred. We're in a much different spot. We have a stronger hand. By the way, we don't necessarily need what you're offering because of this collusion and cooperation with Russia. So Sid can get into this with greater detail. I think what we'll want to look for from Washington is less big deal, small deal, because we know sort of where Pyongyang and Washington will come out. Washington will want to have a principle, something amounting toward denuclearization. We know Pyongyang will want legitimization as a nuclear state. The reality will sort of end up in the middle. But I think the opening salvo will be important, and maybe we saw this overnight. I think we'll have a return to bold engagement from the leader level. I don't think the U.S. will offer working level talks that North Korea will accept. I think this will have to start up high and then sort of trickle down if we're going to see a return to the type of diplomacy we saw during Trump 1.0. And I think that's where the details and the fun will start on this sort of diplomacy. Where actually is North Korea at? And I think to even entertain this notion, I think on some level, you have to imagine that the U.S. has already sort of dealt with the Russia-Ukraine issue, because we wrote about this last week. Some of the top generals that Kim Jong-un had sent to Russia, to Kursk, were magically back in Pyongyang receiving awards. And Kim Jong-un even said this is sort of marks the end of our Russian offensive there. And if the North Korean generals are allowed to be back in North Korea, you sort of wonder what the North Korean soldiers are up to in Russia. So I think once we clear the point with Russia and Ukraine, then the moment can turn to North Korea. And I think part of the reason why the generals were back in Pyongyang, sorry to just come back to this point really quick, is one of the reasons we heard was that North Korea doesn't want to be an issue, a complication for any type of Russia-Ukraine U.S. peace talks. What are the North Koreans up to? Should they be part of the negotiation? I think pulling back, scaling down in a way is smart, is something that Kim Jong-un can then say, look, we've gotten what we need. Maybe we'll continue, of course, in the future, but in this sort of interim, we'll sort of exit stage left and sort of Irish ghost out of the situation momentarily. So yeah, I think until we get to that point where we have clarity on Russia-Ukraine, it'll be tough to even conceptualize what a North Korea denuclearization might look like.
Sid, 어떻게 생각하십니까? 이 문제에 대해서.
And what about Sid? What do you think?
One of the challenges we face, and we've talked about us not being able to offer North Korea anything they'd be interested in, we can't overemphasize how much that applies to security guarantees. North Korea simply is not interested in security guarantees. I was involved in the six-party talks when this topic came up, certainly in the Leap Day understanding, the secret trips that I made into North Korea to try to jumpstart diplomacy under the Obama administration. And repeatedly, they tell us that they can guarantee their own security. And if you just leave that as false bravado, which I guess you could, it is insightful that when push comes to shove, security guarantees have not interested Pyongyang. I remember where I was on that day in March of 2018 when Chung Il-yong had just gone in and out of North Korea, and he said that Kim Jong-un had recommitted to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. And we know that's an inclusive denuclearization that begins with the United States, put that aside, and said that once the military threat had been resolved, right, and our system is guaranteed, I wouldn't need a single nuclear weapon. The problem is we can't guarantee the system of North Korea. We can't protect North Korea from K-pop. We can't protect North Korea from K-dramas or Korean cultural influence poisoning the minds of socialist young men and women. And so therefore, it's become even more vividly evident what we kind of knew back in 1991, 92, 93. You mentioned the Kim Jong-un Cantor meeting. Why didn't that materialize? Well, over the course of 30 years, I think we firmly established North Korea does not want a better relationship with the United States. Full stop. They were not interested in it, because we certainly have put it on the table repeatedly. In particular, during the Bush administration, the six-party talks package we put on the table, what we put on the table under the Obama administration, and what President Trump himself had been offering at Hanoi and Singapore, but primarily Hanoi. The Hanoi disappointment is that the North had been coached by certain parties that Donald Trump would take whatever deal Kim Jong-un came to Hanoi with. And when Kim Jong-un came to the table and Donald Trump said, this is not really credible, it's not a credible start, they weren't looking for a big deal. They weren't looking to resolve the issue in one meeting, but you have to have a credible start point. And when North Korea continues to refuse to put forth a declaration that's accurate and thorough, and the verification measures associated with that, and when a large part of their program, particularly the highly enriched uranium production capabilities, are off the table, what you're talking about is a relatively meaningless shutdown of a 5-megawatt reactor that they probably want us to decommission anyway, while the program continues to grow. And so this is the dilemma we face. But I think President Trump is flexible enough to be intrigued by a meeting with Kim Jong-un. And there may be a way, and it can be politically spun to contribute to the greater goal of peace and stability in the region, even if it doesn't make a lick of difference in terms of the nuclear threat. It will give everybody a sense of relief that finally the leaders are talking, a road for peace is opening. And we just need to make sure that as we do that, because remember the end of war declaration, the road to peace for North Korea is the threefold magical formula: halt and end the exercises, halt and end strategic asset deployments, and reduce and eliminate U.S. forces in Korea to break the U.S. ROK security relationship. And when that is accomplished, then we can talk peace. And that would be the dangerous type of dialogue. I'm more worried about that than I am some ICBM-only deal where to protect San Diego and San Francisco, we get a commitment from the North not to make or deploy any more ICBMs in exchange for our accepting them as a nuclear power. That's overly creative thinking. That I understand why people are intrigued by that, but I don't think that's the problem we face. And so I think, and there's room for cooperation here. I think there's between President Lee Jae-myung's sincere desire to try to prove everything I just said about North Korea to be not true, to try to open a path toward renewed inter-Korea relations, to do that via a reduction in the tension between the U.S. and DPRK, that there's natural compatibility between what President Trump is articulating about North Korea and what President Lee Jae-myung is. I just don't think there's going to be a receptiveness on North Korea's part for the foreseeable future.
굉장히 어떤 의미에서
So in some sense, given the long history of North Korean nuclear negotiations, I think that we were able to hear from Mr. Seiler his experience over the years, and also the North Korean position and the attitude and the problems associated with that, and how it makes it really difficult to resume Pyongyang. So, yes, it's not to be easy. Now let's put ourselves in the shoes of President Trump. From President Trump's position, without going into the substance too much, I think that coming up and striking a deal could be considered more important. And denuclearization can be approached in a low-profile way, and also when it comes to ICBM, yes, you talked about it, but according to peoples like John Bolton, in the first round of negotiations, President Trump talked about phased denuclearization and also phased lifting of the sanctions, and how it was rejected and turned down. And ICBM issue was brought up then, and that was actually explained in his memoir. So President Trump, and from his point of view, conducting the talks, and in order to showcase it as a diplomatic success for the public in the U.S., he could do one thing, but from substance-wise, there can be a possibility that the meeting may not generate any concrete result. So that's a possibility, but do you think that this is a possible possibility?
In my office, I have a chart that projects by decade, going back to the 1950s, North Korea provocations against South Korea. And as you look at it, you see, beginning in the 80s and 90s, but particularly over the last 10 to 15 years, while North Korea engages in a lot of egregious behavior, there have not been lethal kinetic provocations along the line of the Aung San bombing blast, or even the Cheongnam sinking, Yeonpyeong-do shelling. And so Kim Jong-un, I think really beginning in 2019, has been trying to put forward this strong but responsible image. We're going to develop our missiles, other countries develop missiles, other countries conduct tests. It is our sovereign right. We'll do artillery demonstrations. We'll do all of this, but we will be a responsible nuclear power. And so the peninsula, we talk about the unacceptability of the tension. The problem is the history of the past 30 years of negotiations in particular, let's leave the pre-Cold War aside, is that the tension has been perfectly acceptable. It's been, troublesome, it's headline generating, there's never a week you can go by without something to write on. But this isn't a war zone. This isn't, missiles aren't flying. I don't mean to diminish the North Korea threat in any way, but it speaks to the reason why it's so hard to gain traction for meetings short of those that achieve denuclearization, because there's no real demand signal right now for an urgent peace talks to address some crisis. I worry at times that North Korea would actually act to generate that the prelude to Kim returning to talks would be some type of maybe a West Sea incident or a DMZ incident like we had last week. And then that would drive up the temperature on the peninsula. And then that heated development, then perhaps there's kind of a motivation for President Trump to come out and stand and support tension reduction. I think as I lay out almost like the futility of talks, don't get me wrong, I really see the value. And the more that we talk to Pyongyang, the more that we seem to be trying to talk to Pyongyang, even if they're not receptive, I think this has broader diplomatic and even deterrence implications. And so, you know, we may be negotiating with the next generation of Kims. It may be Kim Chiu-ae who finally comes to her senses and agrees to some type of reversal because, you know, we put on the table in North Korea all the good things that'll happen if they choose this other path. They haven't chosen that other path for the past 3 decades, but you can't rule out the possibility. And so that's why the work of those people who would try to engage and try to bring Kim Jong-un out of his shell is so commendable and should continue.
예, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Lee. When you made comments earlier, you talked about how the previous approach toward North Korea had been too much focused on the military aspects and also denuclearizing North Korea, and relatively sidelined diplomatic aspects and also economic aspects. Mr. Lee, you talked about how we lacked a comprehensive approach towards North Korea, and I think that is a very important point. During the past 30 years, the U.S. government approached the North Korean issue from a single view, that is denuclearizing North Korea, and I think that led to a lot of unsolvable issues. In the case of President Trump, maybe this is something fortunate, we don't know, but I think that he has the tendency to approach political issues from a commercial point of view. When he looks at the Ukraine issue, he was eyeing mineral resources there. And so the Russia-Ukraine war did not come to an end, but the U.S. already has a mineral agreement with Ukraine. And in the summit meeting, President Lee proposed building a Trump Tower in Pyongyang, and President Trump actually welcomed the idea. In North Korea, there are a lot of natural resources, and perhaps developing such natural resources can be a priming measure for resuming talks between North Korea and the U.S. Well, I'm not an expert on that topic, but I think that President Trump can and may have interest in different topics, and one is mineral resources. I mean, in North Korea, there are a lot of rare minerals that you cannot find elsewhere. And in order to also attract foreign investment, they actually promoted its rare minerals. And yes, it is a possibility. But if you think about North Korea, President Trump is a unique president, a unique figure. President Trump is the president of the U.S., and the U.S. is the wealthiest country in the world and the most powerful country in the world. And as Mr. Sidney Seiler mentioned, he is an expert on North Korea. And whenever I meet with North Korean experts, what they tell me is this. They all tell me that not engaging with North Korean issue is the best answer, because if you engage yourself in North Korean issue, you end up failing. And that was actually the case for former U.S. presidents. They neglected the North Korean issue in some way. So not many are interested in North Korean issue, but President Trump is quite different. He has quite unique perspectives toward North Korea, and he is a very commercially driven former businessman. But what's important here is North Korea and North Korea's position. So what are we going to do from North Korea's point of view? Earlier, Ambassador Shin talked about China, and I think that China, North Korea had depended on China over the years in order to sustain. China shared its food with North Korea, shared oil with North Korea, but what happened today? North Korea is one of the poorest economies of the world, only 1/40th and 1/50th economy compared to Korea. And yes, in 1972, they have officially signed an alliance with China, but South Korea and North Korea are quite different today in terms of economic power, and there is a phobia. North Korea always believes that it can be dominated by China. China actually built a large bridge in the Yalu Bridge, and North Korea thinks that if it's completed, it feels that it could be absorbed by completely become under control of China. So I actually went there and saw that North Korea decided not to finish a certain portion of the bridge. So North Korea is, yes, dependent on China, but it does not have 100% trust or confidence in China. On the other hand, the U.S. is a prosperous country, and although geographically apart, in recent history, the U.S. never expressed the ambition to take over other territories. So that's the kind of signal that North Korea wants. But then it's really difficult to generate. But in order to address addressing North Korean issue is addressing the issue and problems of the Korean Peninsula. But then we have had this issue for the past 80 years, and we have yet to resolve that. And what this means is that throughout the world, Poland and also Korea, these are the two countries where geopolitical issues have had a lot of problems. Poland were separated and divided 4 different times, and in some years they were completely wiped out from the map. Similarly, I think that North Korea, South Korea, and the Korean Peninsula, I think that addressing the problem is quite difficult. I'm not saying that there is no solution. I think that we can always employ a different formula. So again, what I'm trying to say is that instead of just focusing on denuclearization, we have to focus on the end state, and that is the economic prosperity and also regime guarantee. That's what North Korea wants. But yes, it's going to be difficult. So my view is this. President Trump, when he sits down with North Korea, he has to offer something, and I believe that it has to be a roadmap for its economic development. It's not something that the U.S., Japan, or China could give. No, I think that can only be done by Korea, South Korea, the Korean people, because we are desperate to overcome this divided Korea. We know what's going on in North Korea. We have a deep understanding. We speak the same language. We share emotions, and we are of the same origin. So if we can discuss the US, with the U.S., then I think that we can come up with a very realistic and concrete roadmap and the road model. And yes, it is actually in existence. I understand that there is one already existing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then now, Ambassador Shin. So from a Korean perspective, so this is a very difficult if, but if there is resumption in the talks between the U.S. and DPRK, then what can be expected? What can be looked out for? And also in being careful, then how can we be careful about those things? Yes, thank you. And before responding to the question directly, now many are thinking that if the US DPRK talks resume, then China might be concerned, thinking that the US influence over the DPRK might become larger. But now I met a Chinese last week and I asked him the question, and he said that perhaps that was true a few years back. And so on the outside, they would welcome the US DPRK talks, but then they would worry inside about the US and the DPRK getting too close. But he's saying that now China is more confident, so they can handle that. So I just wanted to let that be known to everyone. And then now about how this could take place. So a package deal had been not accepted by North Korea. So if any kind of deal were to take place, then I believe the small deal is more likely. Then perhaps the freezing of the nuclear program and the missile program, especially the ICBM. So I think that is pretty much, that is likely to be the demand from the US. And then to that, the DPRK would perhaps ask for listing of some economic sanctions and also some diplomatic gestures like setting up liaison offices. So if that is the case, then for South Korea, then of course there could be some concerns. Now, of course, the summit today, I believe, was highly helpful in quelling and allaying some of those fears. But still, some of the concerns could be that there could be Korea passing, meaning that the U.S. might deal directly with the DPRK without much consultation with the South. But that kind of concern, now, of course, President Trump also would talk to Putin, putting aside Zelensky. So perhaps seeing that, many Koreans became more concerned about the possibility. Now, because of that, then no matter what happens, then it should take place based on the ROK-US alliance. So I do believe that it is necessary to go into anything, if anything were to happen, then go into anything with prior consultation, sufficient consultation with South Korea first. And second is, and this was also mentioned by the president himself, but the freezing and reduction and then denuclearization. So this step-by-step or phased denuclearization, so that probably is the likeliest reality. So then if that does happen, so if we are to initiate the process, but then we have to make it very clear from the beginning that the denuclearization is going to be the end goal. In other words, we cannot just, for South Korea, we cannot just live like this with the nuclear weapons of North on top of our head. And also it was mentioned earlier, but of course, in the past, yes, dialogue would take place, but then there would be some glitches, meaning that there would be no roadmap on what to be done by when, and another was about the verification. So even if it is a small deal, then we would still have to verify that the freezing is there, that freezing is freezing, that it has to be done. So then I believe that that kind of verification should also be part of any agreement that we come up with. So that would be what South Korea would want. Then to get to that, what do we need? What do we need to do? So of course, South Korea needs to continue and strengthen our communication with the U.S. so that there can be sufficient dialogue and discussions between the two sides first. And for any negative consequences on our own security, of course, this was mentioned in the morning session as well, but now, for example, the extended deterrence, the extended nuclear deterrence, and that has to be made more specific and more practical so that Koreans will be able to really feel it. So I think that that is another direction that we need to work toward. And also our own deterrence capability. So based on perhaps our conventional weaponry. So these days, I'm not sure whether it's conventional weaponry or tactical weaponry, but perhaps a little bit vague. But anyway, so even with the conventional weaponry, then we also need to make sure that there is a solid deterrence, even with our own capability. And now, I'm not sure whether this came up during the summit today, but peaceful use of nuclear power. So for the purpose of peaceful use of nuclear power, then I think we also need to revise the Korea-US nuclear agreement to enhance the enrichment level. So that is all. Thank you.
This is for Tim. So you just heard Ambassador Shin. Many Korean people are afraid of the scenario where there is Korea being sidelined. To be more concrete, what I'm trying to say is that if you think about President Trump's diplomacy and diplomatic policy, it's America first policy. So when it comes to North Korean nuclear issue, perhaps this is going to be the principle that President Trump would be leveraging. So when it comes to negotiations with North Korea, if Mr. Trump approaches it with America first principle, then I think that a lot of problems can arise. For example, ICBM, that could pose security challenges for the U.S. So the U.S. may focus on the ICBM and removing ICBM only while not paying too much attention to short-range missiles. And that is the kind of scenario that South Korean people are afraid of. I think that Mr. Sid Seiler briefly talked about that during his comment earlier. And another possibility or scenario is the withdrawal of USFK. Well, Kim Jong-un actually wanted this as part of its request, but by coincidence, this coincided with President Trump's skepticism about the USFK, and that could arise in the future as well. So what I'm trying to say is that Kim Jong-un and Mr. Trump and their thoughts on USFK could match at some point. I mean, lately we've been talking about modernizing the alliance and also scaling down the U.S. troops stationed in Korea. So yes, this is just a scenario, and this is something that may or may not happen in the future. So what do you think, Mr. Martin?
South Korea, isn't it? I think from the U.S. perspective, a lot of the points that you raised, and as did the other panelists, I mean, we're seeing pressures from the U.S. on South Korea in sort of new ways about South Korea needs to spend more on its defense. It needs to be able to stand more on its own 2 feet. And that's a scenario that could result in a sort of shift in the role and even the size of U.S. forces here in Korea. Of course, that comes with the multitasking benefit of perhaps easing the road with North Korea. And I think on on your first point about South Korea passing, I mean, I think, you know, we've had a lot of discussion up here today about the intractability of the North Korea nuclear issue, but I think if I could perhaps raise a couple of points about maybe the conditions for North Korea sort of changing its mind now and having interest in engaging with Washington and Seoul. I think North Korea, as we've said, for the very reasons why talks haven't happened at this point right now, North Korea is operating from a position of strength. And maybe rather than feeling desperate or cornered, this might give them the wiggle room for some of these, whether it's a big deal or a small deal, as you mentioned, that could propel this process forward. And I know, talking to a lot of South Koreans over the years, they have this fear of being left out as part of the process, that their voice is not heard. But as Mr. Lee was mentioning on the economic revitalization point with North Korea, this is, I mean, if we look at Kim Jong-un, he's, you know, he doesn't have to run for re-election. He, you know, barring a health concern, he's going to be around for a long time. And I think the legitimacy, his leadership legitimacy over the years is going to be on, can he deliver this economic miracle that he, you know, when he was a baby-faced leader coming in at the end of 2011, can he actually deliver on that? And this traces back to South Korea, where whether they're at the table sitting alongside Trump and maybe a closer than expected Trump-Lee means that Trump insists that, hey, my new buddy here, Lee Jae-myung, has to be with me or I'm not sitting down with you. And maybe the world order or the world affairs have changed to the point that the U.S. has the leverage to tell North Korea, here are the terms with which I will meet you, Kim Jong-un, at place TBD. But on the back half of this, I mean, you know, Sid has been intimately involved in some of these rounds of talks where, I mean, we're having so much discussion about just getting to the table. We've had other points in diplomacy where we've been at the table and we've had inspectors go in. We've had, you know, in the buildup with Trump 1.0, we had any number of Trump officials going to Pyongyang publicly and covertly. But if we're at a point where there's actually action happening and maybe North Korea, again, operating from a position of strength, is willing to do some type of deal, whether it's small or big, South Korea will definitely be there on this economic revitalization point. They'll be needed for capital. And I think there's no, South Korea, there's a small list of countries with South Korea top of it of who's motivated, who's got the money, who's willing to take the gamble going into North Korea. So this notion of South Korea passing, I think, is, you know, it has many complicating factors to it. And then, of course, you know, from a U.S. perspective, there's so much attention right now on, you know, China and Taiwan. You know, North Korea increasingly is not raised in this sort of, you know, grave threat, immediate threat context. It's for other actors in the Indo-Pacific.
고맙습니다. Sid, 어떻게 생각하십니까?
All right, thank you. And what about you, Sid?
So, you know, having lived through trying to manage the re-engagement of North Korea in 2011 after the Cheongnam and Yeonpyeong-do shellings, you know, effectively delayed our engagement, right? That the Obama administration had come in intending to engage early. North Korea welcomed the Obama team with a Taepodong 2 launch and a nuclear test. We finally got Steve Bosworth into Pyongyang by the end of 2009. Then we had to deal with Cheongnam and Yeonpyeong. And so there was a lot of angst when we, in 2011, began to engage in the process that eventually led to the Leap Day understanding. But you know, at each and every stage, you know, we said there will be transparency, but not perfectly simultaneous transparency. In other words, and it went both ways because there were also secret North-South talks that took place without the United States knowing or finding out about later, but that our alliance had to be strong enough that we would have confidence in each other looping us in. And of course, the deal that we made, and we knew they would probably not be meaningful engagements, but every time that we would meet with the North Koreans leading up to the Leap Day understanding, we demanded that they hold a similar meeting on the North-South side to kind of address, check the box on that Korea passing piece. And so there's always that challenge, but I don't think, you know, we got to stop and remember, what is the fundamental problem here on the peninsula? Nuclear weapons. That's why they're paramount. You can't really have peace talks without denuclearization. We never, if I could get in a time machine and go back to 2005, right, and tell, lead negotiator Jim Kelly, guess what, in 2025, we're thinking of like just ignoring the nuclear issue and pursuing peace. You're nuts. Like, we never would have imagined it, because there's a logic there that we have to have a process that's credible and addresses the security needs of our friends and allies, the Republic of Korea. I don't think even to President Trump in a Make America Great, or it's all about America view of the world, that the ICBM threat, if we could just magically eliminate the ICBM threat to the United States, we could just pull out of this issue and declare victory. It has to be North-South reconciliation, and North-South reconciliation has to be accompanied by some sense that denuclearization is within the realm of possible. And so I worry less about, and I know this is a challenge, but I also throw this challenge back to everybody in this room who's a journalist or a national security or a diplomatic professional, because we expect that your foreign policy, your national defense elite can help shape public opinion. And similar to the extended deterrence issue, that if there's really concerns about Korea passing, we should not be jumping on those. We should be assuaging them. We should be addressing them. We should be emphasizing how close the relationship is and the history that we've had. It is different with Donald Trump, but I also know that you got, the linkages between our two sides, SecDev to MINDEF, SecState to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a four-star general who works for a Korean chairman of the ROK Joint Chiefs of Staff. There's many connections here that will allow us to make sure we address these types of concerns. And this is, again, that's the best case scenario. I think for now, North Korea makes it easy because they're not putting anything on the table. But when we get to that stage, we've got experience. We have, remember the six-party talks, if we do a little history lesson, I won't take up too much time, but we progressed under the September 19th, 2005 joint statement to set up multiple working groups that would address economic and energy cooperation, U.S. DPRK normalization, DPRK Japan normalization, denuclearization itself, and security guarantees. And so, the what's in it for Pyongyang peace has always been there. North Korea knows what, if they choose that path, what would potentially come to it. I would just take issue, Tim, and think about this. Kim Jong-un, like his father, has gone to great efforts to ensure leadership legitimacy is as disconnected from economic growth as possible, by defining the security threat as so paramount and overwhelming that it requires whatever belt-tightening sacrifice that it results. And so, hoping that we could change, we got to keep trying. I just thinking about Kalma Wonsan, right? Look at how that thing is tanked already in a couple of weeks. Imagine a Trump hotel. I mean, it's a great talking point, but it's just so hard to imagine. The challenge is how we truly incentivize the path to denuclearization, because I don't know that we can do that by having the right mix of carrots, properly arranged. We did it during the Bush administration. I remember working on that spreadsheet, multiple-page spreadsheet. This is all the projects that we were looking at. We had the same thing in the Leap Day understanding. I had a long discussion out there in our last meeting in Beijing, and I felt a bit guilty because what we were proposing would be a normalization of U.S. DPRK relations that would have locked in a divided peninsula for decades to come. But, again, we were kind of pitching, you've got a new leader, here are all the good things that will happen to you if you go down this path. They walked away from it. They had the DVD that the Trump team put together, and the offers, I think they're sincere, and I think they're real, but again, they weren't appealing to somebody who just isn't interested in those types of carrots. So, I think trust and confidence in each other will ensure our abilities to fine-tune any approaches on the Korea passing side.
시간이 다 돼서
It's almost the time for us to wrap up. So for the last 75 minutes, we've had a lot of discussions on the topic. We discussed some of the pending issues on the Korean Peninsula and also different perspectives towards North Korea's nuclear program. And I think that we were able to see some minute differences. And if you think about it, this is something that existed between Korea and the US over the years, and this is something that is inevitable, I think, when dealing with North Korea. On the one hand, we have the absolute task of realizing denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and I think that there were some awakening moments how difficult this can be. And on the other hand, mired in the issue of denuclearization and not being able to take any foot forward in inter-Korean relations and having confrontations and tensions is something that we are worried about and we regret about. So I think that breaking the current impasse is something that is critical. And in that sense, I brought up this issue. I talked about how mineral development and also economic development projects can be a key. But at the end of the day, we have this ideal world and also the reality. And how are these two wheels going to move forward in harmony is something that is important. And what's important in that would be ROK-US alliance. How strong the ROK-US alliance is maintained would be critical. This morning, I think that Dr. Henry brought it up briefly. So again, we have a lot of issues because of the difference in the reality and also the ideal world that we want to realize. So I think that having discussions between the two allies and also coming up with joint strategies and tactics to break the impasse and also having confidence and trust in each other in the process will be very important. And in that sense, I think that in the summit meeting today, the fact that we had two leaders had productive discussions in a very good atmosphere bodes quite well in further developing our ROK-US alliance. So with regard to this issue of North Korea, I hope that the two countries can share candid ideas and also come up with solutions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our four panel discussants for their wonderful and also insightful comments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, please join me in giving another round of applause to our five speakers for their insightful discussions. We kindly ask the five speakers on stage to take their seats in the audience. Thank you once again. I would like to again express my sincere gratitude to all participants who have been with us throughout the day, as well as to our viewers who joined us via YouTube live streaming. We hope that today's discussions will serve as a stepping stone toward creating new opportunities for cooperation between Korea and the United States. With that, we have come to the end of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2025. Thank you and wish you a safe journey home. Thank you.